Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Mr. Jarrett.
Present.
You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Ms. Winfrey Carter, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize anyone who has passed on. Is there anyone who would like to share?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to do a moment of silence for the Perkins family in the loss of the patriarch of their family.
Excuse me, I could not hear due to the disturbance. Could you please?
Yes, I said I would like to have a moment of silence for the Perkins family in honor of the patriarch they lost. He just passed away.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Okay, I see, I believe a member of the clergy here. Would you like to give us a blessing? We will. Thank you. Yes. I would like everybody to please silence their phones per our council rules. And also, if you are on the phone, please do not have it on right now. Thank you.
Please join my heart and spirit in prayer. Loving and gracious God, you called us to a time such as this in this moment, God. Let us mend our hearts and let us comfort those who need comfort in this moment. But God, let us be uncomfortable to those who need to be uncomfortable, and let us flip tables when tables need to be flipped, God. But not let us just flip tables, God, but let us be discerning in ways that we can rebuild and come together as a community, because you have called, named, and ordained us for times such as these, God, because we know that this city is not in a cycle of death, but we are in a cycle of resurrection, God. So show us in this moment, God, and be with us. And God bless everyone in this room. And I pray this in the mighty name and the only name that I know how to pray in, and that is the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Reading of the disorderly persons codes subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of the allotted time or any other violation of these rules. Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, that person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
First speaker is Renee Anderson.
My name is Renee Anderson. I'm here once again trying to get answers. My son, Kevon Sykes, was killed May 29th, 2022, downtown Flint, when it was over 1,000 people down there. That was Memorial Day weekend. They found 100 bullet casings. Now, we ought to be thinking about that. 100 bullet casings? I want to know why. I have a lawyer, and that's Feiger, that the Flint police force refused to release the footage, the cop cam, the forensic of the bullet, and the files to my lawyer for 3 years. We haven't gotten them yet. They just released me an autopsy from 3 years, February 19th. I want answers. I want to know why. What is going on that I can't get no answers concerning to my son? I want to know why they held my granddaughter in the police car from 11 something at nighttime to 4 o'clock in the morning and would not let my daughter go up to that car. She was a minor. I want to know why they stopped my son from putting pressure on his brother's head because the blood was coming out so fast they told him to get the F up away from him. I want to know why they had guns pulled on my son and surrounded him, about 6 or 7 policemen. I need answers, and I want answers for each of one of you city council members. I would like to hear what y'all got to say about this, because something truly is not right. It is not right for them to hold an autopsy for 3 years for what? What they stop me from getting an autopsy for? Why won't they release them files and footage and the cop cam and the forensic of that bullet to my lawyer? So I asked the autopsy people, well, who do I get the forensic of the bullet from? They said the Flint Police Department. I'm suing them for negligence about my son. That's what I'm suing, the Flint Police Force, for negligence about my son. And they won't release anything. March 2025, we sent a letter to the Flint Sheriff Department to have my lawyers come in and let them see the files. Let them see the footage. March 2025, this is June. We have not heard anything from the Sheriff Department yet. Now, I'm looking for some answers now. Somebody need to be telling me something. Tell me something, because like I told y'all last time, I will be the squeaky wheel to get the oil. I will be the squeaky wheel. My son not here no more. I am his voice. And I will be down here all the time about my baby until somebody give me some type of answers. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? Today I'm on a mission. I got caught up in a situation to where I put my name on the line as far as doing this Kids Life Matter March. I like to be a man to keep my word. So what I did is, because I promised every kid a free t-shirt. And what happened is I got more kids than I got people that's, willing to send $1 just to keep it 1,000. So what I did is I downscaled and eliminated the police escort so we could still march without a police escort. Just can't be in the street. And I was ordering an $800 tent, because no matter what the weather going to be, that tent is going to be needed, whether it's going to be hot or raining. Never can tell. So I eliminated those 2 things, because the goal as far as giving all those kids a free t-shirt is something that's going to happen. Now, many missed opportunities have came up here because y'all wouldn't speak up or do the right thing. One of the things y'all are crying right now about not helping these people with roofs and stuff. Eric Mays died with 800 requests, legal requests in his hand. That was in his hand before you spent a dime on any one of your nonprofits. But because the city don't stand behind people because of people, instead of standing with people because it's what's best for the people. Another situation that came about before the Harper funds was filled. You had a chance to stabilize your water fund and zero balances everybody water bills. Didn't stand with the people then. Had opportunities. I'm not going to say any names, but one of y'all was telling my support people that I didn't know I was talking about. One of y'all was too good to even donate a tent. I'm keeping it 1,000. Just keeping it 1,000. Y'all got to stop putting the wrong P first, personal, and do what's best for the people. And y'all can keep hating on me. Y'all gonna be hating on me once a month because I love Flint and I got a whole lot of ideas. I'm about to be going from park to park doing point of order auto attack. Capital U, capital T,
Rich.
capital L. Hold on, capital.
No, Rich, your time is up. You're done.
2
You're
seconds.
done. No. I treat
Capital
everybody
T,
the same, Rich.
capital U, capital T, capital
Rich
L,
Jones.
capital L.
Please
That's the
cut it
cash
tight.
app. Thank you, miss.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hey, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I almost say I'm here by the doctor's suggestion. I don't know where that come from. Yeah, I do know where that come from. Though, hanging out with the motorcycle club, treating me like prospect. And you know what? They say, you is a prospect, sir. From the Eagle Club over to the Southern, right on the corner where them kids gonna have that march at, where this Rick Jones talking about Saturday about them t-shirts. He got himself in the bind, and then they want to report them kids like the Job Corps. About 28 of them down there right now. They came homeless, but the state stepped in because Mr. Neely gonna make sure they ain't coming homeless. That's what the mayor's wife, if you don't know who Mr. Neely is, from Lansing. If not, them, let them kids speak for themselves. Enough speaking for them now. But what I say, now listen, I'm here to talk on this budget situation. To you, Miss Judy, to the 9th Ward councilman, the dark guy, the darkie over there. I can't get his name right because I get, man, you know what? When you first came on, it's that woman was sitting in your seat, your school teacher. My daddy had just bit the dust, died. My mama went about a year before him. He was 96, my mama was. I mean, my daddy was, my mama was 91. But anyway, I put them in the ground, Tammy, and she put my daddy house on the market, and they were trying to sell it. And I told Mays about it. And Mays said, well, what's the address? I said, 1505. He got it. He took it back off the market. Then here you come, we got rid of them. She said, I don't like the way, my students don't like the way them people down in City Hall talk. But that girl she talked like Rick Jones. She talked like she said the wrong thing. Them kids got to help their own ideas. But I want you to know, on June the 18th, that's when school's out. They said, I got a letter in the mailbox said, I got my phone number is 280-235. That number is 67 years old and it's still in my daddy and mama house. Michigan Bell put it in there. Because I tried to put one of them, they said, where you in, sir? We don't put me. That phone still, they got an appointment at 9:30 on June 18th. It looked like a museum in my mama and daddy. But it's just like the budget. They always keep, I was 12 years old. I just thought, and then they say, I was at Southwestern Family Living, they say, you would not live to get your Social Security, fella, but that Trump, they planned this stuff. That's what all their records in here with them popos in here. The dude's about 16-year-old body snapping a little popo with his gun, and the dude tried, what's his name? And it's going on. Hey, America, stay tuned. You're going to see how we get some money.
The next speaker is Tanya Jones. Tanya Jones.
Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Reverend Matthew Hogue Smith.
Good evening. My name is the Reverend Matthew Hogue Smith, and I serve as the pastor of People's Church of Flint. And I am here, before you get it twisted, because my calling, because the people of God has entrusted my care with the elders with fixed incomes, the single mothers trying to make ends meet, the young people wondering if they're going to survive the gun violence epidemic in Flint this summer. And I watched the mayor's recent press conference with great interest, and I'll admit some concern. And I must also be honest, some of us now have some concerns about the concerned pastors, because while their witness was necessary in past seasons, there's a new generation of clergy rising in Flint, and we've been anointed for such a time as this. And we must say that we don't want their seats, but we demand a place at the table. Some of us are in the neighborhoods, not in the news, and yet the city and this group left our voices out in this moment. And it's funny, none of us got invited to discuss what peace looks like in the face of the trauma of this past weeks. We do the work of peace every single day, but this is about more than who got invited to a podium by an administration. This is about the soul of the city, which should have been pressed in that meeting. Flint needs a moral budget, not a balanced one. A budget that serves the whole city, not just the downtown corridor or special interest. A budget that says yes to clean water, yes to safe housing, yes to mental health care, yes to youth programs and jobs that pay a living wage, and a budget that makes it easier to live in Flint, not to move out of Flint. And I'm here not to take sides in y'all's political fights. I'm not here to tear down elders who work paved the way, but I'm here to say a new wave of clergy is rising, and we won't be silent. We are called for this moment. We are here, and we call on this entire council and this administration to govern for all of Flint, not just the loudest voices or the best connected pulpits. And if we get taken over by the state again, it's not because we have no willingness to govern. It's because everyone in the administration and the council won't listen to the people and rather listen to their pockets.
The next speaker is Wantoise Davis.
It can be funny, all right. But the thing is, like I say, what I say always is I'm not here to slight nobody. But what I want to say is this. City council job is budgetary processing. And when we come through this door, there should have been a budget that city council put together so that we could have perused and vetted ourselves. But you guys have not conducted a budget. You claim, Tanya Burns, on the news that you just got the line items on the budget. You guys been had the budget. That's how you was able to say that you was $4 million in debt. You been had the budget. Or you at least had some budget to be in order to take some things out, put some things in, you know, fashion a budget so that the residents can be able to see the budget and say, this is the budget that we want because the services that has been paid for us. I know how city council work. I'm the former vice president of city council. I just sat in budgetary processes meetings. And it is your job to do a budget. But you guys spend so much time, each and every one of you spend so much time arguing over a budget, talking about it may get an emergency manager under what public act? Under what public act? Public Act 4, Public Act 436, or they're gonna make another public act. Because in order to get an emergency manager, we have to be between $12 to $14 million in debt already in the general fund in order to give the governor the understanding of giving us a financial emergency manager. Right now, we're not even in debt. Now, if this budget passed, any budget passed, because I'm not here to support no budget, but the budget I am here to support is a budget that is beneficial for the people. That's the budget I'm here to support. And if you don't like the budget that the mayor submitted, you guys should have had a budget together that counteract the budget that the mayor put together so that it makes sense. You can't argue with no fruit. A tree is known by the fruit that it bears, and thus far, you guys has not produced no fruit. You produce no fruit. Y'all spent 8 years from 2017 to 2025. Some of y'all been up here for only 4 years, slighting each other, campaigning. That's it. What he ain't doing, what she ain't doing, and then what that does, that transpires out to the public. And the public says they don't respect each other, we might well not respect them either. And before you know it, we get a dysfunctional democracy, a dysfunctional legislative body, a dysfunctional city. The water crisis is gone, it's null and void. Now it's looked at as a circus. I'm not saying it's done literally. I'm saying in the minds of the people that was really concerned about us in other states. They don't look at us no more and say, oh, the city of Flint poison. They look at us as dysfunctional. They look at us as dysfunctional. You guys should have had a budget sitting at the table right now when we walked in and allowed us to go home with that budget and look at that budget and say, this is the budget. No, if they don't like the mayor budget, city council job is budgetary processing. The mayor job is making a comprehensive plan and conducting a budget. But if you don't like that budget, we don't have to stand on that. Make you one that's presented to us. Produce fruit. Let us see your fruit.
The next speaker is Sherry Smith McFadden.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sherry Smith McFadden, and I'm speaking on behalf of, I live on Miami Lane. I have a blight problem. They cut the field right there by the big park of Kniff and Miami. We have a big, beautiful park right there. They cut the field at the corner, but we have a house that's burnt up, been burnt up. They burnt it up while me and my husband was in the house one night, almost caught our house on fire, and everybody has been constantly dumping. It's a very bad blight problem. If one of the kids in the neighborhood was to get hurt, it would be very bad because I have brought it up several times to a couple of people, and I'm just trying to get the house boarded up or tore down. It's bad. It's a corner house. It's right across the street from the park. You can't miss it. And the second thing I want to speak on is a lot of us come down here to learn about city council and what goes on down here. The main thing I have a problem with is I had to ask for a sheet that tells us the dates. They used to be back there. They're not there. They're not downstairs. You just have one over the elevator. How would anybody know what's the dates to come down here if they can't get a paper?
RL.
I just want to know, like, the simple questions is, can somebody help me get the house boarded up or tore down? Because it's blight everywhere over there. And the second thing I want to know is for all the newcomers coming on, like how when me and my husband first started down here, how can they get a paper to know what days that you actually have a city council meeting on? Because it's only one and it's over the elevator. You know, it's a lot of people that don't look over the elevator right there to see what's going on. Just a simple question. That's all I wanted to know is, can y'all please put papers out so everybody can actually know? Because I had to ask for one last week.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. I hope you all can hear me. I've been getting a lot of telephone calls locally saying that what we're doing will not make a difference. I just want to say back out to those callers, they once said that Jim Crow was a rule. Then they came back and said Jim Crow is the law. Well, Jim Crow got changed. And it was because people stood up to it and they got tired of buying from the back of the restaurant with their money. They got tired of saying white schools and colored schools. They got tired of sitting at the back of the bus. That was Jim Crow. Well, we're tired of y'all trying to bring Jim Crow into Flint. Jim Crow is in the past. I don't even know if it's still got a place to live. But we're just letting you know it's about respect. Y'all, from Eric Mays, his words was that y'all had these wacky rules. These wacky rules that we used to could, if you got put out on your first and your second warning, you could stand in the hallway. Now they're escorting them down the hallway, into the elevator, and all the way up to the sliding glass doors as you go past the mayor's office. That sounds like Jim Crow to me. I just want to ask a question and maybe y'all can find out. But by the four fine gentlemen that we got here that I call peacekeepers, y'all may call them the police. After when they throw everybody out, do they go from being part-time or full-time? Because when they come back up here, what is there to do? Well, why are you throwing people out the sliding glass doors? I just want to remind the peacekeepers that their cars are still parked out there and we buy the gas. They can, once they throw them out, they can go and patrol the city and make this place a lot better, safer place. Y'all have a good evening.
The next speaker is Stanley Wood.
All right. So I'm sure most of you guys watched the interview with Mayor Sneely and the Pulpit Pimps. The only thing that was missing was the four for the money. I was surprised none of you guys were there. That's okay. Councilwoman Shutt, I did exactly what you said at the last meeting. Go back and view the video. And the video says you lied. You were out of your seat. You were on the phone. Not only is there plenty of proof, I got proof on my phone when you tried to get them to remove me away from you. So, that being said, your credibility is horrible right now. And it looks like you need to see a doctor because you got a bad case of diabetes. So, as I try to get myself more acclimated to what's going on around here, I downloaded a copy of the charter. I want to know how this city is run. And just in 2 days of going over the charter, I've come up with 6 charter violations that I can see right now plain as day, okay? One of them is involving Councilwoman Priestley, Councilwoman Mouchette, and Councilman Jarrett. And that is that you guys haven't assigned somebody to the E&A board yet. I know 2 of you probably have an agenda for that because without the E&A board being able to meet, obviously they can't take action. So if you don't assign somebody to them, they can't do anything. They finally had a meeting last night. Their last meeting before that was in February. Let that sink in, February, okay? Now, who's in charge of the EA, the Ethics and Accountability Board? Who holds them responsible? I would think it's the city council. I don't know yet. I haven't made it that far. I want to talk about Michael Clack last week. I guarantee you, Councilwoman Lewis did not say Michael Clack's name. She said the man in the blue shirt. She said that a few times. And Councilwoman Mouchette said, oh, Michael Clack? Okay, there's your first warning. The guy in front of him stood up and said, it was me, but you still gave him a warning, trying to get him out of here, trying to shut him up. And the safety plan, I still ask again, where's the safety plan at?
Thank you.
The next speaker is Taylor Sampson.
Taylor Sampson, resident of the 8th Ward. I came across this excerpt from the book, Let This Radicalize You, and I thought it applied to Flint and also everything we're seeing across the country right now. This chapter is titled, They Will Call You Violent. If your tactics disrupt the order of things under capitalism, you may well be accused of violence, because violence is an elastic term often deployed to vilify people who threaten the status quo. Conditions that the state characterizes as peaceful are in reality quite violent. Even as people exercise and experience the violence of poverty, the torture of imprisonment, the brutality of policing, the denial of health care, and many other violent functions of this system, We are told we are experiencing peace, so long as everyone is cooperating. When state actors refer to peace, they are really talking about order. And when they refer to peaceful protests, they are talking about cooperative protests that obediently stays within the lines drawn by the state. The more uncooperative you are, the more you will be accused of aggression and violence. It is therefore imperative that the state not be the arbiter of what violence means among people seeking justice. First of all, to all the media back here, Channel 12, 5, 66, 25, MLive, I got Michigan Public Radio back there. We are residents of this city, not protesters. When we are in these chambers, this is our chambers. We are residents. Quit saying we're protesters. We are here speaking and telling our truths because this is the people's chambers. I'm tired of hearing that narrative. And the mayor is inciting the violence here. He is the one that is repeatedly sicking the police on us. He is the one that is going through and telling the chief what to do. He's the one that's telling these council 1, 2, 4, and 7 what to do. We know you all have called the police multiple times. We've seen Liddell do it week after week. Quit playing these games with us. This is our lives that you're talking about. These are the decisions you're making that are affecting us and everything we do. And every time they talk about us being violent, it has not been violence. We have been peaceful. We've been following the laws. The police started everything on Sunday and Monday last week. We cannot keep saying that. It's the truth. Everyone saw it. It's on videos everywhere. I'm tired of these lies. And then to go up there and have that conference with the pastors, are you kidding me? Now you're going to use the clergy against the people? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. We are the ones that are supposed to be getting all these benefits from all this money. The capital here is the money. They're doing everything they're doing because they're trying to hide what's going on. If they were innocent, none of this would be happening. Innocent people do not behave this way. Leon, thanks for looking at me today. Appreciate it. No smile or smirk on your face. Maybe you grew up a little bit since last week when I was up here. I'm tired of it. What do you not understand? We're frustrated because our lives are being affected by every decision you make. You can't silence us.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. I love what you said. Flipping tables, that caught my attention right there. Let's talk about the Matthew, what is it? Matthew 4:8. Matthew 4:8. What I saw yesterday at the press conference. I saw the devil tempting the Jesus, representatives of Jesus, the pastors, to go up in the mountain. And what the devil told Jesus was, I will give you the kingdoms of this world if you bow down and worship me. Chris Martin and Pettigrew are some bootlickers. At this press conference, you want to say that you're talking about unity, but the first thing that exits your mouth is we need them to vote on the youth resolution because Chris Martin gets to line his pockets, because Chris Martin is part of it. It's sad that we have Judas that's going to end up planting 30 pieces of silver under the willow tree that Judy planted. When we speak about council, we have to speak about and put names to it because it's not all of council. It's the four: First Ward, Second Ward, Fourth Ward, and Seventh Ward. The other ones have been trying to get our roofs, trying to get the $94 million out to the public. The other ones have been lining their pockets. Look at Liddell. Liddell came in here looking like Raggedy Ann when she first started on Second Ward. Now she have a new hairdo every 2 weeks. She got brand new privacy fence. Her driveway is done. And then you still picking with the lady next door. I mean, it's sad. Put names to it. I sat here when I saw the other four make amendments to this budget to take the mayor's office budget down from 1.5 to 500,000. So don't say that the council isn't doing their job. Then they find $13 million instead of $4 million. How can I do a budget when the budget isn't right? How can I do a budget when the administration comes up here and don't have any information? Miss Gurley, how much money is in the kitty for all the lawsuits that's happening? Because I just got my case dismissed when they when they arrested me out in the hallway. You and I both know that's against the law or against our rights for them to arrest us in that hallway. Why do y'all keep on adding on to lawsuits? Because mine will be out next week. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mari Copany.
Candace, on Monday, you said that during the altercation, you remained in your seat, ready to do your job. So somebody went back and looked. Is this you, sis? You're in your seat. So who exactly is spreading misinformation? Liddell, my name is Mari. Let me repeat myself and make it clear. My name is Mari, M-A-R-I. I would appreciate it if you called me Mari next time you want to try to call me out and kick me out of council screaming out Little Miss Flint in that bitter, nasty, condescending tone only proves we both know my nickname holds clout. It's really not a good look kicking minors out of council meetings. I also saw that you're a fan since you follow me on IG. Y'all have this obsession with saying people are trying to cause chaos for likes and views on social media. I have always used social media to spread awareness about what happens to the residents of Flint that are dealing with, and I have zero plans to stop it. But let's make this clear. I am not the kid that's going to stay in a child's place and respect my leadership when y'all clearly have zero respect for me. I will meet you with this exact same energy you give me. And this is the same exact way the residents of Flint feel. You love to antagonize us and speak down on us like children, but the minute we call you out and give you back the same energy, you weaponize the police against the people. We barely have enough police on the streets to handle real crimes, but you continue to waste resources by having 4 to 6 officers in the chamber for every single meeting. Why not move some of those officers outside to do community engagement or cover calls from the people? Today it took Flint over 2.5 hours to respond after getting a call for a missing 15-year-old potentially being held hostage. Thankfully, we were able to call U of M police and got officers on scene within 5 minutes. How can you say council leadership is committed to the residents of Flint when you continue to sit up there and ignore the residents' concerns? You look down at your phone and roll your eyes when we are speaking. How can you be committed to the residents of Flint when you continue to kick anyone out of council that disagrees with you? How can you be committed to the residents of Flint but continue to be coordinators of chaos, which stops city's businesses from getting done? Flint youth account for about 25% of residents in the city of Flint, while summer jobs for 100 youth in the city of Flint is a good start. What about the other 20,000 or so youth that call Flint home? What do you have to offer to them? We all know that these summer jobs won't do anything to stop the crime in Flint. Those calling the unity have yet to step outside of their own churches to speak to the youth to find out what the problem is. We need so much more than summer jobs and leadership that seems clueless on how to actually help. So once again, please get your SHIT together. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kaylani Copany.
My name is Keelani Copney. I am 12 years old and Mari's little sister. Monday was my very first council meeting, and after seeing how most of you behave like children, I am going to go over some of the main rules we learned way back in elementary school. 1, treat others the way you would like to be treated. 2, when someone is speaking, listen to them and give them your full attention. 3, your tone means just as much as what you are trying to say. 4, don't tell lies. I am a Flint kid that works with my sister to help thousands of Flint kids every single year. The kids here in Flint are strong, but have been through so much trauma between the water crisis, the pandemic, and the crime that is out of control in our community. So many of the kids are struggling with basic necessities like food, clothing, and school supplies. The kids here need more programs in place to make sure that they have their basic needs met. We need programs that help kids on all levels, starting in the schools, after school, on the weekends, and during summer break. What happens when those summer jobs end? Those 100 kids are right back where they started. Please stop acting like children and start thinking about the children of Flint.
The next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
Hi, my name is Lottie Durrett, First Ward. I'm just here to speak on that conference. And this is how I feel as a resident. I'm not a rioter. I am a resident. I am a tax-paying resident. I am a homeowner resident in the city of Flint. So we do have the right to march and use those roads that we pay for and those sidewalks that we pay for. And with that being said, how them concerned pastors, where was they at when them old people were being snatched out of vehicles? Where are they at? This youth is out of control. They are unhinged. Where are they at? Where are they at when we suffering through this water crisis? Where are they at? And how come every time they brought their concerned self down here, they locked themselves up in that room and couldn't talk about what was going on with the concerned pastors in the council? We tired of this. We are not rioters. We are citizens of Flint, and we are fed up to here. It's at a boiling point. I'm just looking at my family, myself, have lost 6 family members probably in the last 3 years to gun violence, young and from ages 13 to like 25. That 10-year-old girl that got shot around that corner, that was my cousin. Not only after she got shot, but her cousin got killed. Y'all don't understand because y'all is not living it. Them pastors do not live here. Quit bringing in people that don't sleep at night and don't hear bullets flying over their head, ducking down at night. I'm sick of the mess that's going on. I've been staying at home because I couldn't be here. I'm just asking, where's these concerned pastors with these mothers who worried about the autopsies of their babies and police reports? Where are them concerned pastors? Where are they now? Why haven't they been here to stand up with us? Where's the concerned mayor? A summer job is not going to stop the violence in this city. Just like they going to come down and have the nerves to stand up and tell us about a back to the bricks. Don't nobody care about back to the bricks. I deserve to sleep at night and have these little ruffians put in bed by 9 and 10 o'clock, whatever you have downtown, doing back to the bricks. Why ain't that for the city, period? You got these little hooligans running around in masks, pull them over. They act like they scared of the youth. They're gonna go after the weak, which is the senior citizens, and let these little punks run them down and hide them in corners. They running around here ruthless. If you gonna be all aggressive, I'm with it. When you see them walking around with a mask on, pull them over, hitch them up, jerk them by the collar. Because I'm sick, I can't sleep at night. Do you understand what I'm saying? Put some lights out. That's right, because it's dark in our neighborhoods. I'm just sick of all that's going on. I don't care about your budget. We in the same crappy mess that the state left us in. We don't care if the state take over. We already in a dire situation. We already on our knuckles. They already bleeding. We don't care. I'm telling y'all, I would rather see the city burn before that budget get passed.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
We need you in that seat, baby. She is getting in that seat. She should be in it already.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I am running for the 3rd Ward. I'm not doing a write-in. But my thing is that you got First Ward, Second Ward, Fourth Ward, Seventh Ward. All of you lie. Then you want to do a write-in person. If I'm not mistaken, Jared, didn't I show you this picture, you and Leon, about Saginaw and Philadelphia? Why Miss Write-in say she cleaned that up? No, she didn't. Mr. Brown cleaned that up. And I spoke to him. He went and swept up the glass, and the land bank did the wood. She ain't cleaned up nothing. So if you get another person in that third ward seat back here, she's gonna be a liar just like you are. We need to stop this lying and get on board. The balance of the budget, it ain't no budget. It ain't balanced. And you foreknow it ain't balanced. Judy, you say you finance and you hadn't looked at the paperwork in 4 months. Ain't nothing finance about you. You a liar. At all. You guys gonna have to wake up, smell the coffee, because it's stinking, and I don't drink coffee. We got these preachers, you call it preachers out. Where is the preachers when we need them? I remember a time when we had Metropolitan Pastor Porner, you had Bishop Otis Floyd, you had Granville Smith, you had Foss Avenue, Aldrich. They would have came up here and turned this council out. You know it, we know it. And if you ain't lived long enough, you don't know it. But if you ain't lived here long enough, you don't know it. There's never would have been a time that this stuff that's going on right here, pulling people out of their cars, almost ran his foot over. He ain't even right. I have to take him to a psychiatrist. I ain't never had to take my husband to a doctor, psychiatrist, or anything. Now he's saying everybody. But you guys can hold your head down and don't look up because I don't know what I want to say about you. Your souls are no good. And like I said, Leon, I'm sorry for your grandmother. I pray for your family. But you know what? I pray for all you sick for. All 4 of you are sick. And I ain't ashamed to say it. But God bless all of y'all. And you're going to wake up one day. Have a blessed day.
The next speaker is Shalita Savage.
How y'all doing? Last time y'all seen me, my name is Shalita Janae Savage. I am part of the 3rd Ward. Last time I came up here, I was very angry, to say the least bit. My 8-year-old, as little Miss Flint has already let us know, a 15-year-old was being held hostage and we couldn't get any type of police relief. My 8-year-old was held hostage for over 21 days. But yet, when we hold a peaceful protest on a Sunday, God's day, not only do we get the police that are impeding traffic driving at speeds unfathomable for the turning lane, which is not even a lane for you to drive in, but they are snatching elderly people out of cars. Not only that, but a friend of mine that I know very well because he likes to cuddle at night, he's a police officer, a peace officer, that received a phone call from Miss Candace that said that we had multiple guns up here and we were threatening her during the chambers of Monday. I would like to know who had a gun, and all the people that were recording, could anybody please send me the footage of anybody that was up here in these chambers of concerned residents of Flint, Michigan, about where our money and grant money is going and about how we are living in this city. Where anybody pull a gun at? I've seen several residents get assaulted by officers. I've seen council members inciting the police to come and start a riot. I've seen multiple people trying to calm me down after someone up there allegedly said that I was being, what is the word that they use? I can't even think right now. Disorderly. But how am I being disorderly when an officer, a peace officer of your chambers walked up to a resident and asked the resident, you know her better than me, can you help me get her out of here? And the moment that he got me calm is the moment that y'all, Flint police, y'all thugs, y'all gang for Neely and the minions, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 7th Ward, call the police and think that we gonna stand down? No, we gonna stand up, and we are ready for whatever it is, because you guys have had us in survival mode too long, and enough is enough. We don't have schools. We don't have grocery stores. Our roads feel like worse than roller coasters riding down them. You need shock struts and everything else. We can't get the police to come for a killdozer coming up Dort Highway all the way to DuPont and taking out 2 buildings. But yet we got 50 police officers ready because the circus decided to call her minions and have a whole act in the chambers. Y'all have a good one.
The next speaker is LaShawn Johnson.
Good evening. My name is LaShawn Johnson, and I am a write-in candidate for the Flint 3rd Ward. At our campaign kickoff last night, something became very clear. People in the 3rd Ward are ready for a change, and that change starts with value. So over the next few weeks, I will be talking about 3 values that can guide my campaign, my life: service, integrity, and community. Tonight, I just want to speak briefly about what those values mean to me and what they can mean for Flint. Service means showing up, not just talking. I have driven buses in the city of Flint.
Please respect each individual public's time to speak. Go ahead.
I have been driving buses in the city, clean up Blight, knock on doors, and help our seniors. I serve because I care. It's that simple. Integrity means doing what's right even when no one's watching. It means putting people over politics and standing up when it counts, and even if you're standing alone. And community, that's everything. Community is the block you live on, the neighbors you check in on, the places your kids grow up. In the 3rd Ward, we know how to look out for each other. We have to. These values are just not words to me. They're a way of life. They are what I bring to the city hall if I can earn your trust and vote. Next time I'll talk more about service, what it means to lead by doing. But tonight, I want to end with, I did call Land Bank. I called Land Bank and stayed on Land Bank about Philadelphia and Saginaw. I talked to Land Bank, Mike, about boarding up the building that was on the corner of Saginaw and Philadelphia. Not only that, I've did several cleanups in the area. One on Philadelphia, a resident called and asked me there was blight behind her house that people had threw cow manure, shingles, rocks. I came in, got it done. No problem, me and my family, not a crew. We also cut grass in the community. Anything that the residents is calling for me to do, I am happy to assist you at no stops. So if you have any problems in your area, in the 3rd Ward, anywhere, you can contact me at any given point in time, and I will help you get the job done. Let's put Flint first.
The next speaker is Hanifa T.
Good evening. My name is Hanifa Elamine. I don't know if I want to speak in this.
Speak closer
thing
to the
right
mic.
now. Can you all hear me? I don't want to put my mouth to this thing. I just want to say,
Madam,
I think,
pause your time. Please speak into the mic. You're facing the audience and you are addressing us and not them. So
I
please-
thank all of the speakers that came up here. I'm talking about you younger ones who got the elders back. Really appreciate you all. I thank you very much. And Judy, you know, see, well, just you and how y'all act sometime up there. You know, you got to understand about power. See, I see y'all losing power, you know, because if you wasn't, you wouldn't be exercising, you wouldn't be exerting it. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be telling me how I can speak and who I gotta face and how I gotta look. You know what I'm saying? If I want to turn around and say thank you to the young people who have my back, you know, I thank them. You don't have my back. You know what I'm saying? You don't have my back. And the reason why I said that is because I have a story of one time I was at a store and a guy came up to me. He needed to vent, you know, and he said something so powerful to me. He said, if somebody came up here right now and I told you to go into the store, get out of the way, I got your back. I got your back. You know what I'm saying? And I thought about that, you know, from that Sunday to see Mr. Levy get pulled out the car. You know what I'm saying? For them, my grandchildren crying, you know, scared to death. You know what I'm saying? But I'll just say thank you. Thank you all. Young people, thank you. Mari, thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. You know, that's all I got to say.
The next speaker is LaShante Murchison. LaShante Murchison. That's the last speaker.
Okay, that's the last speaker. It's now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to
Madam
use
Chair.
this time? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney. City attorney, is the position of ambassador an official city position?
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the third ward ambassador is not a commissioned position out of the charter.
So it's not an official position?
The third ward ambassador does not have an official position with the city.
So it's not an appointed position? Like I'm just trying to get clarification because if the third ward, I'm going to do air quotes, ambassador is continuing to use city resources to campaign, that's against the charter. So is the ambassador position an illegal position? Does the mayor have the ability to create positions? Because if so, that is a blatant abuse of the charter of using, there's the same reason that I can't go out in public speaking and do a campaign speech back during public hours.
So it sounds like you're asking multiple questions. There should not be, and the clerk and I are looking into anyone making campaign statements from the podium. So that is something that is under research, period. The second part of your question is whether or not city resources are being used. I don't know that. So if you can explain what city resources there are that's being used, I can answer that question.
Thank you. That is your time. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the residents. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Thank you for being here, taking time out of your busy schedules to continue to be present here in your chambers. Out of the mouths of babes, I sit here. We have youth in the house coming up to speak to the council, and I just thank you two for coming. Oh, wow, very, very insightful, and thank you. Thank you, Reverend Matthew Smith. Thank you for being here. Powerful. What a powerful prayer. And what a powerful message that you stood here and rendered to us. Thank you so much for being here. And I do want to speak to you after this. Residents, all I gotta say is continue to stand up, because it's a lot of things going on in this city. And when I tell you it's layers and layers and layers of stuff, I just need you guys to continue the fight. Continue the fight. And remember, this is your chambers. Do not be afraid to come in here and voice your opinions, your concerns, and your issues at that podium there. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming here, and I owe it to you to pay attention when you step to the podium and speak. That's the least we should all be giving you. Secondly, Reverend Hogue Smith, I enjoyed the conversation with you and Reverend Powell. Thank you for sending all of us the letter, because I make sure I respond. You are a part of our community, and we need the clergy here who care. And I'm glad you took to that podium. Thank you for that. And I hope that you'll continue to show up. And to Juantez Davis, I want you to understand, since you decide to call my name, usually I ignore you because you be loud and wrong. I do want to state that we had different budgets. One was 4.2, one was with a negative, a deficit. The other one was 13.4. We don't have the ability, and if you read in the charter, we don't direct the CFO and the deputy CFO. We can't go to their office and direct to tell them to give us the documents. When we got here tonight, because you simply don't know, you loud and wrong, we just got, get him in order. We just got.
Mr. Davis, please.
We just got a document tonight, this evening, 132 pages, that's line item. And so when you don't understand these things and you step to that podium to call us out, things are not the same when you were once was the councilman. It has changed. And you need to understand that. And I want you to have good information, factual information. I want you to be correct on the right side, unlike when you were here plugging up your tether. So I want you to understand that. So to the youth, Thank you for coming here because we aspire, you give us energy. And I appreciate that because it takes courage to step to that podium with your truth. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to start off by saying thank you, former Councilman Juan Tewes Davis, because you brought up an important point. Our job is the budget, and we should have all suggestions submitted so the audience can see and we have something to work on. It's not fair to say that we have an issue with the budget and not have appropriate recommendations. So I definitely understand that. So thanks for highlighting that, because that's one of the three things that we have to do. The first thing is our budgets, ordinances, and advocating for residents. So those are the three things that we are commissioned to do. So hopefully tonight we'll be able to fulfill that part. Next, Ms. Lloyd, Ward 2 is my district, so I never heard of this issue. So I will be sure to look into it. Next, Mr. Wood, thank you so much for being engaged and taking the time to take a look at the charter. It's important for us to follow the charter and the rules. So continue to call out where you see gaps. That's your job. That's our job to uphold it. Thank you for that. And then you also spoke about the public safety plan. You can feel free to reach out to me and I'll provide that for you. Okay. And then we also have Ms. Levy. I understand that you are a candidate for the seat. So I will encourage you to submit your changes, because if this is going to be your future seat, we encourage you to get involved in the process, because this is the process. So again, and thank you, Mr. Woodson, for continuing to point out my driveway, my fence, and everything else. That's very stalkerific, but that's what you do. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam
Yes, go ahead,
Chair,
Ms. Michelle.
yeah, I would like to once again reiterate, when y'all pull up the video, instead of trying to find still photos that work for your narrative, I have no reason to call the police. The police were already here. You even showed a picture that testified against what you were saying. The police were already fully in front of me on that picture. So like I said, didn't call them, didn't have a reason to call them. If I wanted to call them, and I did call them, I would say I called them. I had no reason to call them because they were already here. Another thing, I want to highlight the fact that earlier today, we had an opportunity to go to the chamber luncheon. And there was a contest that happened there where several entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs, received funding for some of the work that they're doing here in Flint. So congratulations to Mr. Roy Stevens, because I believe he was the winner of the $5,000 reward so that he could continue providing safe, healthy food choices and continue teaching youth how to garden and do things that will continue to give them access to healthy food options. And finally, you tell that officer that said I said that to come forward. No problem, then we'll be all good. Because like I said, no reason to call the police. They were already here. And when you all are ready, this is not a back and forth. And when you all are ready to watch that full video, post that full video online, then we can have a conversation. But until then, as I said, I did not call the police, had no reason to. When all of that stuff happened, I was sitting in my seat, sitting right in my seat. So all you have to do is look at the video. It doesn't matter. And Madam Chair.
Yes.
What are we doing? You don't hear all these people yelling out?
Pardon?
You don't hear all these people yelling out?
I am. I was just going to address it when you said, Madam Chair. Number one, ma'am in the front row, you cannot hold that like that. You must take it off or you must go in the back. That's per resolution that we passed. Okay. And number two, please be respectful. I'm going to start giving out warnings shortly if you guys cannot be respectful of our time and of our addressing your concerns. Go ahead, you've got 7 seconds.
Well, I had 20 when I said.
Okay, go ahead and go back to 22. Go back to 22. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. And so, again, congratulations to everyone that participated in the contest at the Chamber Luncheon. And again, congratulations to Roy Stevens, and I believe his program is called Dreams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to take my time. Mr. Davis, in order for someone to be able to do a budget, they must be present during budget hearings. And this report that they say they just got today, if they had been at every budget hearing, they would have had this because it was given to us for every department during every budget hearing. This exact same report. For the person who wanted to know how to find out when city council meetings are, they're posted online under City of Flint. Go under the government city council page, and the listing of all the meetings and committees are there. Also, Rule 29.2, if a member of the public wishes to address the city council or its committees, they may do so during the time designated for public comment. That means addressing us, not the public. I think that's everything I needed to say. So going on to that ends that. We now have a 30-minute meeting presentation by our Finance Department Chair, Philip Moore. This presentation is regarding the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget.
Madam Chair, is this different than the original one that he gave? So he's got more information to present to us this evening. Okay.
This presentation was after a request by myself, our city clerk, our city attorney.
So this wasn't at the budget hearings?
This presentation was not at the budget hearings.
Okay, just want to make that clear.
This is an explanation. Mr. Moore, whenever you're ready. Computer, right? Okay. Mr. Moore, can you indicate if there's new information on each slide that?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. The first slide shows the requested budgets from prior years, for the last 7 years, of revenues and expenditures. The blue line shows the revenues forecast, and the orange line shows the appropriations or expenditures that were forecast. And as you'll see that over the last 7 years, the revenues have always been less than the expenditures, and that's because of the way the city budgets their personnel costs. They assume that they budget for all the employees to be there from first day to the last day, and we know that's not going to be the case. We budget for 600 positions, and we have about 515 employees. That results in a savings to the city. And you'll notice that the last couple of years, we've had, which reduced the gap. We're trying to make it a little bit smaller. There are some issues that when you prepare a budget, you base the budget on what information you know at the time. The budget was submitted on March 3rd, and there was a lot of information that we know today that we did not know on March 3rd because it just wasn't available. For example, in March 3rd, we did not know if we're going to have a new contract with the district court or if we're just going to let it lapse. Since that time, it has been decided that we let the district court.
Point of order. Can we get a copy? Because we're just getting this and that screen's going to change. So if
I'll email it to Devon.
yeah, we can have a printed copy because we're just getting it. I know the district court was, excuse me. Well, through you, the chair, I'm not done. Point of order. Thank you.
He will email
No, hold on, point of order. I don't want to email. I need a written copy because that 700,000 that just showed up. So if I can get, as a budget item, you could cut. So we can get a.
That was
written
also
copy.
on his list that was
I
sent to
just
us.
got that one last week.
Right, this has,
Can we get a written, a copy?
yeah,
Go ahead, we'll get it printed off.
yeah, we'll
Thank you.
We'll get your copy. The first column there shows the savings, and then the second column shows the cumulative savings. The second thing is, when we've submitted the budget, we had applied for 2 grants, but we did not know if we are going to receive those 2 grants. Since then,
Request for
we have
information.
received word that we are indeed going to receive
Request for
both of those
information.
grants.
What's your, I didn't hear, did you say point of
Yeah,
information?
request for information.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you to the speaker. Can you state again what those 2 columns represent?
Okay, the first column is the savings for each item.
Did you say the savings?
The
for each
savings.
item? Okay.
And the second column is a cumulative total of everything.
Cumulative total of everything.
Right.
Okay, so it's the 700 plus the 1750 is the 2,450 plus the 15, the 1.5 is the 3950, and then plus the 5. That's how it is. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we have received both of those grants, so we're going to be receiving $1.7 million of additional revenue from grants that we had hoped to have, but we didn't know when we prepared the budget. When we prepare the budget, we try to use from information that we know, not from our best guess or we use for our best guess, but things that we don't know about, we don't include. And the grant wasn't included in the revenue. Next, reviewing the income tax revenue for this fiscal year, we've collected $1.5 million as of the end of May, more than we had budgeted for fiscal year 25. Knowing that, we would revise our numbers for FY 26 to reflect that. We're likely to receive at least that next year. We're also going to be receiving an additional $500,000 in the month of June. Next, we've been working with the state of Michigan to have them take over our administration of the income tax. The first step of that has been trying to get our data to work with their data, and they have made that work. They've also have identified a number of taxpayers that live in the city of Flint, pay the state of Michigan income tax, but did not pay their city income tax. The state is estimating that we could collect an additional $2.2 million from the people that haven't paid. Starting next week, the state's going to be sending letters out to those taxpayers to start collecting the collection process, so we will receive some of the money for that. The big news for that, though, is not so much the past amount, but they're also going to be signing them up for collecting taxes for the upcoming fiscal year. For the current payroll, the current earnings will now have taxes collected. I only put in $500,000, but I am sure that's a low estimate. Once they start collecting taxes, that's likely to be well above that next year. Plus, we're likely to collect most of the past due. In the previous letter that we sent to the City Council, we had some capital items for $933,000, and we also had some possible personnel cuts for $895,000. We don't have to go to those last two. The first 4 items more than cover the difference between our revenues and expenses. One thing I am sure, looking at these numbers, is that next year we'll be adding to the fund balance. We won't be subtracting from the fund balance.
Request for information. Through you to the speaker. Did I just understand that the last 2 are in fact savings or they could be savings?
Last time we proposed those as potential savings, and we could cut those. But our first preference would be not to make those cuts. Our first preference would be to adopt the budget as presented, because it is a sound budget. If you cut, you don't need those two items if you want to have a budget that adds to the fund balance.
Madam Chair, through you again to the speaker.
Yes.
Again, my question is, are those actual savings or are those projected savings?
For the first four, those are actually
the last two.
The last two, they could be actual savings.
But they're not actual yet.
They're not actual yet, no.
Because it was my understanding that the first column was actual savings.
The first column is the estimated, right. Depends on what your budget, if you adopt the budget, if you don't put the cuts in for those two items, we won't achieve the savings. If we enact the budget as we are recommending, those would not be savings, and we would have 4.4 million of additional savings. Okay, the last.
Mr. Paul, please, because I don't think he understood that.
Those are actual savings if we decide to make those cuts. That 933,000 is actually in the current budget. If we make the cuts, that is an actual amount that will be subtracted from the budget. Those are actual cuts if we decide, or you actually decide to cut those items. Those will be actual savings, yes.
Point of order. Can you give me what the protocol is here now? Can we have dialogue, or?
We're going to let him finish his presentation, and then we'll go ahead and we'll have dialogue as after. We have a full 30 minutes, and we can extend that.
So will we have the physical copies to reference back to
As soon as he
Yes.
emails it to Davina, they'll print it off for us.
Okay, because it's going to be sort of difficult to remember where to go back to.
Right.
Yes.
I understand. Paul, can you email that presentation so that he?
As soon as I'm done with this,
Yeah, okay.
The last question people asked was about the ARPA reappropriation. In 2024, we moved $42 million into the general fund. We appropriated some of the dollars and we spent some of the dollars. In 2025, we still had some dollars left. We appropriated the dollars. We appropriated 20 million, and we anticipate we're still going to have some of those dollars in 2026 that were appropriated in 2025. If we don't want those programs to stop at the end of June, we have to reappropriate those dollars. Otherwise, they'll stop until the city council takes action. And that's the $9 million that was the difference between the presented budget in the budget book and what was in the resolution. Looks like I have a question up there.
I'm pushing my mic and it's not. The people in the back, we are having trouble hearing and understanding what's being said. If you want to have a conversation, please take it down farther in the hall so it's not echoing off the hallway. Thank you very much. What's that? Okay, go ahead, go back.
Okay, the purpose of the $9 million is it's money that City Council approved in 2025, and we did not want the projects to stop at the end of this fiscal year. We want to continue. You approved money for sidewalk replacement and for tree removal. Those programs won't be completed if we don't reappropriate the dollars. And that's what the purpose was. Otherwise, it will stop until it's reappropriated. Okay, that's my presentation. I'll take this offline and I'll email this to Davina.
email that to us, and then now we can open up for questions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So this is new information. Mr. Moore, because we don't have this, I wish the categories were actually titled. But what was our pension fund payment?
Our pension fund payment for this fiscal year is $20 million, and next year,
I can't, it sounds muffled.
for our pension payment for FY25 was $20 million, and it will be $20 million in 2026. We also anticipate to be the same amount in 2027.
Okay, so for 25, 6, and 7, it's going to be 20 million.
Yes.
Okay, is that an actual or
That
projected?
is an actual, although the 2027 is a bit of an estimate, but it's very reliable.
Okay, and what account does that come out of?
That comes out of every fund, any place where they have employees, they contribute to that. So all the funds are contributing to that.
Okay.
And pension and OPEB.
Judy, yeah, I'm asking him. So do we have funds to make these payments? Because we're doing a 3-year budget for the next
Yes,
25, 26, and 7.
yes, we
Okay,
do.
is it projected that we'll have them?
Yes,
Okay. Now, is that including, because we received the 170 million, we were supposed to receive the 50 million. You never found out where the 50 million went?
okay. We received a payment of 170 million that went directly to, all of these went directly to MERS. They did not come to the city. We didn't see it at all in our bank account, went directly to MERS.
Right.
We had $170 million, then we had a $2 million, then we had one that was for 10 million, which was based on the OPEB, our OPEB liability. They didn't give it to us, they gave it to the pension system instead, which is fine. And then we have another one that is pending that will likely hit in August, possibly July, for $27 million.
For 27 million?
Yes,
And where is that coming from?
that's coming from the state of Michigan.
And so in August, it should hit for 27 million, hopefully.
Yeah, well, the 27 million is for sure. We just don't know exactly what it's going to hit at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett. I see you moving your mic.
Yeah, I'm wanting to go back to the screen that had the columns to try to gain some understanding and clarity on what some of those numbers represented.
Give me just a moment. I just finished sending the email to Davina.
Yeah, just. Yes, 5-minute recess without objection. That gives.
Oh, did I give you page 14? I think you asked me.
Now, is it under insurance and the understanding that there would be all of the state by insurance?
Mm-hmm.
How do we go about getting your understanding as to the detail of what has been, like the amount that suits and settlements cost the city in the 2023 425 a year. Who is in that request? Okay.
Because you know how I hate that. I don't think that's why. I got a text asking me if I wanted a roommate.
Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore.
Thank
sir.
talking about adjournment.
Madam Finance Chair.
Will all council members take their seats? Davina? Are we ready? Mr. Davis, we're going to go back into session. Is she there? Is she around? I can't see her. The time is now 7:28, and I'm calling this meeting back into order. Roll call, Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns? Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. All right. I believe, did anyone have the floor? I didn't mark it. Okay. What was it? 1851. Okay. 1901 is what, okay, 1801, 1850 is, change it to 1901 so I don't have any arguments. Anyways, I did not mark who had the floor at the time of the recess. Did anyone have the floor?
Jared had the floor. 'Cause he
Pardon?
asked, Jared had the floor because he asked for the printed and then I asked for the
Okay.
recess.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Some clarity for the benefit of both my colleagues who didn't have the benefit of the conversation that we had during the recess, as well as the community. In looking at the slide that with the updated information, the district court, that $700,000 comes by way of a canceled contract to move forward.
We had a contract with the district court to provide, it was roughly, I think it was $1.1 million that we provided for the last 10 years. That contract expires this year. We have one more payment to make on the contract. And when we prepared the budget, we didn't know if we're going to renew the contract or the city of Flint would just be like all the other cities in Gratiot County and we'd pay nothing. We decided that we'd pay nothing and we benefit by the $700,000. That's our money now. We don't have to pay
Okay,
the court.
so the contract not being renewed. The grants, that money comes by way of 2 approvals and letters that we have received.
We have received 2 letters.
Okay.
One we just received today.
The revised income tax is money that has already been collected.
We've been collecting, it's in the bank.
And is already reflected on the budget that we're looking at tonight.
That's correct.
Okay. The additional income tax of $500 is projected.
That's projected. It's based on the numbers from the Department of Treasury from the state of Michigan. They know who lives in the city of Flint that's paying the state of Michigan income tax, but are not paying the city of Flint its share of the income tax. And the state will actually be sending letters to the people that have not been paying their city income tax.
Okay. And the capital, the last 2 are proposed.
They're potential, yeah, they're proposed. They're not something that the administration is recommending, but if you want to make cuts, those would be the items that would cut.
Okay, so let's talk about the capital. If I understand correctly, that references back.
Turn your mic off.
That references back to a document we received, I believe it was maybe last week, where there was a $500,000 expenditure reduction for police, $400,000 for fire, and $33,000 for city council. Is that?
That's correct.
Now, can you share again what that looks like? Where is
For the
that?
police and fire, it'd be for the training center. That's something that the city administration would strongly recommend, and we'd like to see that. The $33,000 for the city council, I don't have any detail for that. The city council budget has typically had, I don't know, $25,000, $30,000 a year for capital items. You don't often spend it. If there's something that the city council needs, that's where it comes from.
Okay, so did we have funding that came in for that site?
It was something that was appropriated last year, and the previous year, but I don't think you've spent any in the last couple of years, or at least not very much.
Okay. And the 895,000,
That'd be for 8 positions.
so that's 8 positions that we are eliminating?
There are 8 positions that we're actually recommending that we keep, but there are 8 positions that are vacant that if we needed to make additional cuts, that's what we'd recommend. But we do think all 8 positions are important and they are vital for the organization.
Right. I appreciate that. The suggestions and recommendations as to where we may be able to find some savings. And for me, I'll sort of keep that in the back of my mind to know that if there aren't savings otherwise or areas otherwise that we see in the line item budget, maybe we come back to these that were proposed for us. I yield, Madam Clerk.
Could I go back to answer a question that Tanya asked earlier when she was asking about the pension? If we hadn't received the pension grants, we would be paying $50 million a year for the pension. But because of those grants, we're at $20 million. And I think that may be what you were thinking about when you asked your question.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so can you put on there for us what they are? Because we had, and it went back to, and we were supposed to do, before we got the infusion of the 170 million, the 2 million, the 10 million, that we were projected to pay 40 million over 10 years. I believe that's what it was in our budget. If you could just prepare you or Paul to show us like what our pension will be, our responsibility, so we can have it in writing as opposed to the verbal.
Okay, I believe I have something from MERS that would answer that.
I'm sorry, could you say that?
I believe I have an email from MERS that would address your question.
Okay, if you could please share that with all of us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other person have any questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Moore, we appropriated ARPA December of 23, correct? The remaining to the general fund?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been fiscal year 24, correct?
Correct.
So it seems to me that when did we actually hit that account?
I didn't hear your question.
When did that should have hit the accounts in fiscal year 24, right?
It did. And right now, we've segregated the funds so that we can keep track of it separately from the others. But from an accounting world, from following GASB rules, it's actually just part of the general fund.
So I'm looking at the ending fund balance on your budget report that you sent us. Do you have that in front of you by chance or no? I'm just wondering how, with that appropriation that we did in 24, we ended with a fund balance of 52.5 million. And then this current fiscal year, you're saying the fund balance is going to be 12 million. And then we go back up to 46 million for the following year.
The assumption was that we were going to spend all our ARPA dollars. You're talking from the budget, correct?
Okay. Your report that you gave us.
Oh, the report from...
No, because the budget thing that you gave us is showing a $29 million fund balance. And then what you just gave us today, now all of a sudden it went from 29 to 46. So I'm trying to figure out how we jumped 17,000. If you want to come forward, I'll show you real quick so you can speak to it. What do you mean I can't trust those? So that's not a real number. Okay, so it's news. Okay, yeah, go back. So.
The number from that one report comes from our accounting system, and the fund balance calculation that they have is not right.
So
I
just want to clear this up. And so the ending fund balance on the report that you gave us today is inaccurate. We should go by what you're presented in the 29 million fund balance?
Yes.
Okay.
Could council, to Councilman Fife, could you repeat that again? Because I did not hear you clear.
So the end of the 101 fund on our report that we got today, it's showing a fund balance for the requested budget for the one that we're trying to adopt shows the ending fund balance of 46 million. But Mr. Moore is saying that that's an inaccurate number.
It's not, it's taking numbers from the budget. It's not taking where we actually are today. And that's what you really need to look at for that, because otherwise you're going to be way off.
So that the year that we're trying to adapt now says 46. The current year that we're in says 12. That's also inaccurate. You see what I'm talking about, Paul?
Yeah, he's talking about the budget numbers that we put in for 2024. But we're actually here.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is that number the exact same? The fund balance is the exact same for 3 years in a row. Mr. Moore, can you?
Oh, it's going to drive me nuts.
Yeah, but that's. Okay. Madam Chair, I don't know if I'm coming or going, so I yield.
Is there anyone else?
Yes, Madam
Go ahead,
Chair.
Ms. Winfrey
Okay, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. So, Mr. Moore, on Monday, we received a budget report.
Please, just a second. Please be Quiet in the back. Everywhere. Thank you. This is important so that we can hear. Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, so on Monday, we received a budget report for City of Flint calculations as of June 30th, 2025. This right here,
Okay,
right? And then today, we received this, the same thing, but it's thicker. You added more stuff to it. Can you please explain that?
at the last meeting, Mr. Pfeiffer came up back and said this, the first one had just the general fund and he wanted to have all the funds. So, I provided his request, I gave him all the funds. And he wanted to make sure that it also tied back to the budget book, which is what it does.
So this thicker packet is all the funds.
All funds.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So it's not exactly correct because this goes back to showing the $4.2 million deficit. The one we got on Monday was the 13 point something deficit. So this, correct me if I'm wrong, this goes back to our budget book that we presented, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
This one here, the thicker one?
Right.
So, okay. So which one we look at? We're looking at the big one, the thicker one. Throw this one out, because this is. Okay. That's it for me right now. I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
I'm lost.
Through the chair.
Are you lost?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Moore, can you just tell council which of the reports they should be looking at and what is the projected amount that you're proposing be taken from the general fund? Can we just start
The
there?
one that, the thicker one is the one that I think the council should be using. That ties back to the budget book. And your second question was? What was your second question?
What is the shortfall that council should be
There's a
working with?
$4.2 million shortfall.
It's a what?
And
Yeah, like I calculated earlier. So that's what we're closing the gap of 4.2 million. So what happened to the 13 point something
We're
million?
gonna drop that resolution. We're gonna drop the resolution with the one with the 13 million on it.
Oh, it was wrong.
Right, so we're gonna drop that
So
resolution.
how did we get it? How did we get it? How
Yes.
did we?
So my understanding was that was showing ARPA dollars that we had already allocated, haven't fully spent yet.
Correct.
That are going to expire this fiscal year. So instead of instead of muddying the budget, they're going to bring resolutions for us to extend those dates to the current fiscal year. That is my understanding.
right,
The correct statement?
that's correct.
Yep, that was my understanding too.
Okay.
So what's in the second resolution that we've got in our packet, that matches the budget book. So we're going to, we need to drop the first resolution that had the 13 million with the
Okay,
ARPA.
I see. Okay, so currently, we have a $4.2 million deficit, right?
I wouldn't use the term deficit. We have,
What is it, Mr. Moore, in your terms of?
Is that what is?
We're spending from the general fund.
Oh, 4.2 million. Okay,
The thing that you need to bear in mind is that
so it's not a deficit.
it's not a deficit. We have a fund balance, and we're going to be adding to the fund balance this year, and it's my belief that we're going to be adding to the fund balance next year.
Okay. All right, I'll yield.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? So I'm going to take some time then. So just to clarify, is that as accountants, we are to be conservative.
Correct.
So all of our budgeting is on the conservative side. We try to over budget for expenditures and under budget for revenues. That is typical accounting practice. And in auditing, that is what you learn to do.
That's
is
correct.
You want everything to be conservative. So for 2025, because we have conservatively budgeted, we're going to gain fund balance as of the end of May. Instead of having spent 83% of our budget, we've spent 55 or
Right.
53% of our general fund expenditures, what we budgeted for. And yet we've received 77% of our income.
Yes.
So that's the end of our time. I'll make a motion to extend this time for 10 minutes. Is there support? There's, Mr. Pfeiffer supported that motion. This is the vote.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so I'm going to continue my time. So that takes care of 2025, where we're going to be gaining fund balance because we didn't expend all of, we're not going to spend all of what
We're
we
not gonna spend
budgeted
it.
for. And a lot of it is in salary and wages.
Yep.
And pension's going to be about the same because those people have already retired. But it's the benefits and the contributions for the current employees. So in 2026, because of our change in the way we're going to be doing income tax, and I want to tell all those people out there in TurboTax land, TurboTax has never allowed you to file your Flint income tax. You have to mail it in. So those people tend not to mail those tax returns in. My clients who have worked outside of the city and lived inside the city never filed their income, their city income tax until my program allowed me to file Flint taxes. I don't give them an option, I file it. So the state ran a test on 2022 data. And they figured that we would have collected $2.2 million more in our income tax. And they're going to, now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Moore, they're going to do the same thing for tax year 2023 and 2024.
That's correct.
And are they going to be sending residents bills for those monies?
Yes, they've.
And that's next week.
They're starting for the 2022 bills are going out starting Monday.
So the additional, what was it in this presentation? $500,000. Is that going to come from those monies?
They'll come from
Or is that because we are collecting currently our extra, we're going to be collecting more income tax than what we budgeted?
We'll be collecting more tax money from the people that haven't filed before for two reasons. One, they owe us money from the past. And second, they'll be receiving a W-9 to complete so that they will be having withholding currently for the 25 year and 26.
Okay, so also, we know that there are employers inside the city who are not withholding income tax from those people who live in or out.
Correct.
So that's going to increase, and we're only adding to this budget, and we anticipate that'll be a lot more than $500,000.
I believe it. I really do believe that.
I think we're going to look more towards closer to the 2 million, 1.5 million. We
I would
talked
think so.
about that in our meeting yesterday. But conservatively, as accountants, we are, Mr. Moore has came up with $500,000 extra. So that's where that comes in. And so I just want to make sure that people understand that some of these things, we didn't know that $2.2 million from 2022 until the middle of March. Well, after this budget book came out. We didn't have a clue that it was that much money. And so I want the city to be successful, and I want our residents to have the services that we need to operate. I want to have police and fire. I want to have people to take your payments. I want people who for those people who haven't paid their water bill, we need people to go out and turn off their water. Even though people think that water is a human right, the city has to pay for that one way or the other. And so that's my feeling. So I hope I cleared up some of the questions that may have still lingered on this form and on how accountants budget. So that, and the ARPA will be done. We will have new resolutions for the ARPA money that has not been spent, that need to be spent. Remember, all the ARPA money has to be spent by 2026, December 31st. So all of it has to be gone, or we turn it back in. What's your point? What's your request?
We've already allocated to the general fund, so that's already allocated. That's a false statement, correct?
There are.
Excuse me, I can't see who's talking, but whoever it is, please allow Mr. Moore to answer. Go ahead.
There are two parts to the ARPA. There's the ARPA dollars that we allocated when it was ARPA. That has to be spent by December 26th.
Correct. I'm talking about the 40 million in the general
The
fund.
40 million in the general fund is general fund dollars, and from the federal's perspective,
It's already
that's
spent.
been
It's already
spent.
spent, yes. And I was talking about the allocation amount. Because like the money how much have we been billed by the land bank? Do you know off the top of your head?
Oh, it's been a while.
It wasn't much.
No.
It wasn't much, so, and I know it was well below the 16 million that we allocated, and that all has to be spent by next December, and the land bank is fully aware. All right, does anybody have any other questions before we close out this time? Okay, I'm closing out our special order, and now I'm going to go to the consent agenda. There's a complete separation of, for the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion. Yes. Motion to postpone 250160, adoption of fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget with the ARPA money into it, is motion made by the 8th councilman in the 8th ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. This is the vote to postpone indefinitely 250160.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That is gone. Our next resolution is 250196. I'll entertain a motion. And this is the adoption of the master budget resolution fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget. Yes. There's a motion on the floor from the councilwoman in the 7th ward to approve the 250196. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilman in the 1st ward.
Point of order,
Discussion.
point of order. Can you clarify how, or the clerk clarify how we're going to do our rounds versus amendments? Like, can we all get on the same page on that?
I can clarify because I was supposed to put it on the agenda, and it was to start with 4 rounds of 5 minutes each, and that was just to start.
That,
Separate from your normal,
the 4
Motion.
rounds of 5 minutes was to make amendments?
or
Yes.
whatever you need to do beyond, the
Beyond
motion
two.
votes.
So you're saying if it was on the agenda, it would have been a total of 6 rounds of 5 minutes each? The 2 normal?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay.
So I guess we need a motion to make that. What's your request?
But when does the 4 rounds start? Like we go through our first 2 rounds and then that, or how does? We go through 2 rounds of discussion and then go to the amendment 4 rounds?
Or you can amend it. If you want to make a different motion, that's fine.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that
Yeah.
there's no confusion. So
I think the
so
motion
we
on
really
the,
don't want to make amendments during our first 4 rounds or our first 2 rounds because we lose that time then, right?
unless you want to add more time to the end. We can always add more rounds.
Madam Chair.
What? Yes.
So what Councilman Pfeiffer is trying to ascertain is when he should be trying to make amendments. We can make amendments at any point in
Anytime.
time. So it doesn't matter if you do it in the original rounds or if you do it once the 4 rounds kick in, because only thing that's gonna happen here is we do our normal discussion of the 5 minutes and then the 3 minutes. And then after those 2 rounds are up, we go straight into this 4 rounds of 5 minutes.
And every time you make an amendment, we have the 2 round.
Yeah, but you can make an amendment at any time.
No, I understand that, but I want to use my 2 rounds of 5 minutes or whatever else to ask questions.
Right.
Okay.
You can use all
You
of
can
your
use your-
rounds however you like. So if you want to use your 2 rounds to ask questions in your last 4 to make amendments, you can do that. Or if you want to do amendment, question, you can do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to add 4 rounds of 5 minutes each. Is there support?
Was that a motion, or do you want
There's a
to?
motion by the councilwoman in the 7th ward to add 4 rounds of 5 minutes each in addition to our normal 2.
Support.
And it's supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Okay, is there any discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Moore, our,
Where did he go? RL. Yeah, pause his time, please. Go set it. We'll set his time back to 5 minutes because we're waiting for Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. He might have had. You know, just let him deal with what he's got to do. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Moore, what we discussed when you were up here during our break, can you tell me what the additional 11, and these are the same questions I asked during the mayor's budget. What are the new 11 positions in the mayor's office?
Yes, I can. There's an administrative office coordinator, which comes out of the general fund. A chief strategic officer, which comes out of the general fund and a grant. Communications manager, which comes out of ARPA. Community center liaison 1 and 2 are the
But,
two of those
Hold on,
out
hold
of
on. You're saying
ARPA.
out of ARPA, but ARPA's general fund, so.
Well, not all the positions are coming out of the general fund. Some of them are coming out of grants. That the position
Okay,
titles,
but-
that the list of the
But
positions you
I'm gonna
have.
tell you the same thing that we said, is grants is not part of our budget.
Right, but they are part of the headcount. If you look at the list of the positions, that's all the people that work for the city, including those that are grant funded.
But why are grant positions part of the budget when we are not looking at grant dollars, nor do we have any information on how many grant dollars?
We have people that are funded from multiple venues. Some are like one position funded by the general fund and the Mott grant, and maybe someone else might also have some ARPA dollars attached. There's a combination, can be a combination there. So
Okay,
we
so-
include all the positions in the headcount report that
Okay,
you're looking
so
at.
can you name me off 11 positions that the mayor wants to hire in
Some-
his office?
Many of these are already on board. A lot of these are being funded through.
What do you mean they're
grants.
already on board? The fiscal year 25, he was only going to have 18. So how is he over 18 now?
The 25, you're looking at the numbers that were as of the time when the budget was presented. Since then, there've been a number of grants that have been received or ARPA resolutions that have been passed that authorize the hiring of people.
So what is the current head count in the mayor's office?
Oh,
Request for information.
I want to say it's 27, but I could be off on that. I think there are a couple vacancies.
What's your request, Ms. Burns?
My request is, I would like a copy and not it off the top of your head. We did this before. And this is why we're asking for it again. If we could get a copy of it along with what is their position and their salary, please. And also if they're split between different grants, how their compensation is paid. Please.
So it's 27 in the office.
Mr. Moore, can you tell me what the additional $65,000 in the mayor's office for professional services is for?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Request for information. If we could get this in writing, so that way we'll have it, please.
The professional services, 80, in the mayor's office, line 801. It's the second page. Yeah. Mr. Moore, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm like, if you can't, there's nobody here to answer these questions, how? Because all of these questions were asked during the mayor's budget proposal, and you said you were going to get back to us, and we never got any information. So I'm not mad at you because you weren't the only one there, but who is currently paid under professional services in the mayor's office? Do you know that?
I can get a report for that pretty easily.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to yield my last 1 minute because I don't want
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker, can you clarify with Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm sorry, can you clarify exactly what information he's going to be getting back with us on?
He's going to, so what?
Can you have him share?
Yeah. So far, what has been asked to you in this round is the mayor's office, how they're funded, meaning each, a name and title, and then how they're funded, whether it's general fund or grants that is currently in the mayor's office, and then the same for the professional services line. Who is paid under professional services? And then what is the additional professional service request of approximately $65,000 in the mayor's office?
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Mr. Moore. So I concur with what my colleagues, so we get the number of people, each person, their job description, so if they're, not overlapping. 'Cause I know you wanted 500,000 out of capital expenditures from the police, 400,000 from the fire, and 33,000 for city council. But if we can get number of people, name, position, title, their salary, and do they get fringe benefits, because that's in addition. And if their salaries are paid across different grants, because sometimes they are. I know they may take 2 or 3 grants or whatever, and they pull. Want to know which grant, the name of the grant, and the amount of the grant that it's coming from, please. And I think that would clear up, that would give me clarity. And through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk. City clerk, the 33,000 proposed, is this something that you need? Because that's a very small amount for you to utilize. Do you need that 33,000? Because I don't think we had any cuts for the mayor's office, but they chopped your look 33,000.
Correct. That, it was asked what I would use it for, and we would use it to finish the section of the council office where the staff is currently located, to create individual office spaces.
So it's to upgrade to where they are they're technically in a hallway. Yes, they're technically in a hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not taking that 33,000 off, because that's very little. And I'm not doing that. And we have started the process of the 500,000 and the 400,000 for the police fire safety. We've vacated streets. We've did a lot of different things for that. And just to abandon that project, is this temporary abandonment?
We're very supportive of the projects, of the capital
I didn't
projects.
understand anything you said.
We're very supportive of the capital projects.
Okay, well, you gave a total of 900,000 for
Right.
police and fire.
Right. But
But I mean, we're gonna need that. I mean, that project is where our officers will not go to Shiawassee County to get certified to shoot. It'll be a state-of-the-art facility for police and fire, to where they can stay within the city, which means they'll be on call if they have to go get certified. And it will also bring in revenue. So I don't think these were the best cuts. I do not. Because how do we start a project, then we just say, hey, we're gonna stop it? And one thing we got right now, a whole lot of fires and gun shooting every night. Every night. And I don't know if you live in Flint, but I do. And I hear it every night. So also the 700,000 you said with the courts, what were we doing in the courts with the 10-year what was that contract for 700,000?
Through the chair. May I answer?
Yes.
Okay, so that was a memorandum of understanding that came through the emergency manager, where the city had to pay $1 million for helping with the cost of the district courts being merged. So that was a 10-year agreement. It expires in September of this year, which we will no longer have to pay the full amount of $1 million, but we owe one last payment. So that's where that came from.
Okay, so what is the one last payment? An estimate roundabout?
I left 300,000 for the last payment. It'd probably be a little bit less than that, but there may be some other costs that I'm not anticipating, so
So you're estimated to be around 100 or 300,000 or
Right.
less, and it's already in our budget.
correct.
Okay. If you could please get those, what I requested, the number of
Okay.
people, position, title, salary, job description, fringe benefits, and what grants, where are they being paid from? Actually, just send us the personal service contracts. I like read. Thank you.
If you're going to use that, you must go in the back. If you want to use your handheld, you must go in the back. It's being handheld. It's a method to, we've discussed this. We've gone through this. You must go in the back.
I'll just let the budget ride.
You must go in the back or you must leave.
What if it was attached to a camera?
Point of order.
What's your point?
My point is, Madam Chair, he's not moving.
I know.
So, and he's been warned several times. And according to his Facebook video, he's trying to get a lawsuit with the
This
city.
is not his first time being
Not
told
at
this
all.
during a meeting. And this was a resolution passed by council, so you must follow our rules. Please go to the back. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm telling you what we have passed in this body. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you. You must go into the back.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Respectfully, Madam Chair.
This is his first warning.
It is not, and he's wasting our time.
Yes, he is.
We are trying to be consistent with the rules weekly. We stand on the same rules weekly, and he's beholden to the same rules weekly. And so he just needs to if he's not going to adhere to the council rules that this body voted on, because you see all those cameras back there, I bet they want to sit on the front row too.
What's your point? We're in the middle of. What's
Hold
your,
on.
what's your point?
Hold on, guys. Point of order.
What's your point?
Is this that we're saying that that's a council rule?
No, it's a resolution that was passed by
But
council.
it's a rule.
It was a motion passed as a resolution.
But no, in that resolution, it clearly says to adopt a new rule, which is against the charter, section 1-801. So, Madam City Attorney, is that resolution a properly adopted rule?
Let me review the resolution because it also, excuse me.
Hold on, guys. Hey, hold on.
It also refers to the Open Meetings Act, which is a state statute, which says that council has to come up with your own rules and procedures.
But we have to come up with them in compliance with the charter, which says all rulemaking has to have a hearing in per section 1-801, right?
Right, that is correct, but let me see what exactly your resolution says that council passed in relation to what your court rules say.
Okay.
So let me look at that.
I believe
Request
Willie
for
was here
information.
when it was done. What was your request?
Can we just finish while the attorney is doing this? Because this is a lot, you know, and this, the purpose is the budget. You know, can we just finish while she's doing that?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Thank you.
That's all right.
So focused on the wrong stuff.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Dennis, what section was that? 1-801.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sorry.
All right. Yeah, through you to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
All right, I want to start taking a look at some of the line items to try to understand how the money is moving and how it got moved. For example, under administration, Department 173, which is on the bottom of the second flip, it shows wages for the 24-25 amended budget at 524,000. And then it shows salaries and expenses in that same year of 160. So sort of adding the two, you have about 680,000 in wages under administration. And it's being proposed to drop that down to 227. Are we losing FTE? Are we moving FTE? How is that working?
Probably a little bit of all of the above. As ARPA's winding down, we're going to be spending fewer dollars administering and doing the reporting for ARPA.
Okay, so is that in that same category? We have professional services that have either washed or been zero, it seems, that's going up to 848,000. What does that represent?
Which page are?
This is on the middle of the page, sort of on the second flip. So general ledger 101-173.000-801.000 professional services. No, yeah, ARPA administration. Are you there? Are you following me?
No, I'm not. Just a second.
Because like I say, I'm trying to follow how the money is moving.
It's hard.
I believe at this point, that's unspent ARPA dollars.
That are being budgeted?
It's ARPA dollars that has not been spent for administration. We'll have to find another purpose for that.
So professional services are ARPA dollars that have not been spent?
We hired Ernst & Young to help us with.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Councilman in the 9th Ward, is the speaker talking about professional services from Ernst & Young?
That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think most of that was planned for Ernst & Young. I don't think we're going to spend that much next year. But that's, I think, the amount balance that we still have on the contract with them.
So, I mean, I know I wasn't here when we went into contract with Ernst & Young. They are yet active and we still owe them at that level?
We don't owe them. We we pay them on an hourly basis. There's a dollar amount attached to the contract, and we're likely not going to spend the entire amount of the contract.
Okay, so as it relates to professional services, in a category like ARPA, if we don't expend it for Ernst & Young's, what other types of services can that money be appropriated to? I mean, is that just?
No, we can allocate for other purposes. I'm not the one to ask that question, but we can get the answer for that.
Who would be the one to ask that question to?
The best people would be Ernst & Young, because they've been the ones that have been advisors on.
I'm sorry?
Ernst & Young would be the best people to ask that question.
Okay.
I can contact them tomorrow about that.
Okay, under, so let's look at Department 253.200. Oh, okay.
Okay. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Schatt.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I'm just looking at the council budget here, and I have to get back to the page. Are we on the first page? I noticed that for Ward 4 and Ward 6, that there seemed to be, for year-to-date activity, missing from them. Why is that?
Point of information.
Oh, go ahead. You don't have to.
Oh,
You're
I guess I
chairing.
don't have to.
Yeah.
That's the ARPA. Is that what it is, the ward priorities?
Yes.
There was no ward priority money spent for the fourth ward until May.
Okay.
That answers that question.
It is, for the fourth ward, it's 1010101.204801.0000. It's on the back of the first page. Page numbers would make life much easier.
I am going to say that I'm trying to get Arnold to spend
If
some
you
of that
look
money.
here,
So.
there's nothing there for fourth or sixth ward. Right, what's your request? I'm sorry.
What's your
Judy?
request?
So does this say that we're going to spend our ward priorities each year?
Right, that can't be ARPA.
Is this saying we got requesting a budget of another 30,000 for each of the next 2 years? Right?
And then it says for some people, it says that theirs going down to 20 and somebody's staying at 29. Do you see that?
I think because it's unspent that it's still sitting out there and then as it's spent, then that, because we're talking about just
But if you're saying this is for ARPA,
2020, but it's been, that's how they're tracking it, is by this Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3.
but I get what you're saying, but that's not accurate because the third ward definitely spent their ARPA money.
I spent my money, as far as I know.
Exactly, so I'm not understanding.
So I guess the expenses aren't, do you know where the expenses are for those? Or is that a question for Shay?
Shay can answer better than I. Most of them have not been actually spent yet.
Okay, I know mine hasn't. And has the money, do you know if the money has?
So
been
I'm
given-
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. So when you say it hasn't been spent yet, are you saying we've allocated it, but the people have not received their funds? Or are you saying that they have not turned in the invoice for those funds?
All I know is that we haven't written the check yet.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Through you, that the speaker know, in my ward, there are issues, they had to reduce some of the funds because of the categories. So my fund, they're allocated, but they have not been issued. Every bit of my 30,000
That's correct.
has been allocated
Right.
to good use.
That's, when I talk about reappropriate ARPA, that's the type of thing that I'm talking about, because we're assuming that people want to spend those dollars.
I guess so. I don't understand. Now I got a question about ARPA. So is there any way, Mr. Moore, that we can get some sort of tracking sheet of our ARPA priorities, the money that we've allocated, how many invoices have actually been
Yes.
submitted? Because it is important that we keep track of the work that's happening, and this is slightly confusing. I think I'm understanding what's happening here. Because even then, though, I mean, I guess it's based on however those invoices are submitted is what I'm if I'm understanding this correctly. All right, I yield.
Okay, anyone else in the first ward? In the first ward. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? See none. Anybody in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
So,
Pfeiffer.
Mr. Moore, on this ARPA funds, so if we look to the 24-25 activity, that's what you've allocated?
Yeah,
Or that's what you've spent?
for the year-to-date column would be what we've spent.
The year, yeah, year to date, that's, so in my word particular, we allocated 30,000. Are you saying that they've only been paid 6,000?
Yes.
Okay, so wouldn't the requested budget for 25-26 be the delta from 30,000 to 6? So wouldn't that be 24,000? And then why is that the full amount?
That's likely to be a timing issue, because.
Say what?
That's likely to be a timing issue, because we had to prepare our estimate before some of the checks were written. The checks were, money has been spent after, well, obviously had to adjust that downward.
So how is Ward 6? They don't look like they've spent anything, but we're not allocating anything in the budget for it to be spent in the upcoming year. Why is the requested budget for 25 and 26 blank for Ward 6? Shouldn't those be 30,000 each if we haven't?
I'd have to check to see how they've spent it.
Well, what do you mean? It doesn't say that you've allocated any money yet, or you haven't wrote them a check yet according to the year-to-date activity. It's blank.
In terms of the budget the budget wasn't actually prepared by the finance department. That was prepared by.
But the year-to-date activity is your bookkeeping though, right?
I don't know about this part.
So Ward 3, you haven't wrote them a check for the Ward 3 priorities yet?
That's correct.
Or Ward 4, you haven't wrote you a check at all?
The Ward 4 went to the Blight Department, and we've just started spending it last month. So they wouldn't have had any expenditures. At the time of this budget created, there was no expenditures.
But this year-to-date activity should be updated, is my point.
It's not going to be.
It depends on when the checks are written. So if we've just received the check, it may not have been entered into the system yet.
Okay. So can you figure out why, and there should be Ward 9. Ward 9 hasn't spent anything, so where's Ward 9's not even on here, so where's the allocation for his ward priorities to carry over from year to year? We fixed the glitch. You can go home now.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore.
Just a moment, let me make a note here.
Okay. Can we?
Okay,
Go
go
ahead and
ahead.
pause our time
Because he, I'm out there.
until he's.
Yeah,
Go
take
go
your-
ahead.
Or we
Okay.
can pause if you need to figure that out.
I would just want to make a note of what he
My time
requested.
is
so.
paused, so.
He just wanted to make a note. Go ahead.
Okay, so what happened to Ward 9's money?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go talk to Che about that.
Okay, I do know
Point of
that.
information, Ward 9 never was allocated.
Really?
Not if it wasn't allocated.
So what? Listen, hold on, everybody. listen.
Okay,
I
go
like
ahead.
open dialogue.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Go ahead,
No,
Ms.
I
Burns.
like it. So they gave some very good questions. What did you do with it? Because that was gonna be mine, but they beat me to it. What was done with Ward 9's money?
I'd have to check to see whether, it may have been spent, I don't know when we started allocating to the different departments.
It wasn't
It's,
spent because he wanted speed humps.
it's possible that, if we allocated it in '24, it may have already been spent. So I'd have to double check and see.
Okay, well, let's find out. He did not spend it because he he wanted speed humps. And the issue arose that he couldn't put down speed humps because they were not going to go back down in the same place and the signs didn't go back down. And that's why they didn't allow him to put them down or to use it.
If it was for speed humps, it may not be in the general fund.
Okay, but he wasn't allowed to use that. So now we're
Okay.
saying, where is, I know where mine is at. I know where my projects are at, because I make sure I keep on top of that. But if you could let us know where, because his ward deserves to have something spent too.
Let me see what if it may not be in the general fund, depending on what the request
So
for spend.
what's slowing it down from getting these monies to these organizations?
That's Ashley.
That's not something, I assume it'd be the city council or the people
No,
from
we
staff.
approved them.
It's Ash.
Okay,
Now,
I'll have to talk to the staff member that helped with the approval.
Nick. You're right. You're right.
yeah,
you're
so
right, you're
because
right.
she got all these answers over here talking with, the chair. And it is Nick, but then Nick was working with them when Emily resigned. So we need to figure out where 30,000 is at for Ward 9 and what's slowing, because we have to have the money spent. We need to know what's slowing them down so we can get those monies to those organizations. Yeah, but they have done it. I stayed on mine though. They had got theirs correct. And so because I stayed on mine. So, but people keep quitting. So, yours was before mine.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other
Madam-
discussion in the
Madam
second
Chair.
round? Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
All right, thank you. Mr. Moore, I'm having, so looking at Department 253.200, Customer Service Treasury Operations, there is some increase in the wages there. And again, I'm understanding that we're adding together the wages and salary employees to get to the 1.189 million. But can you share with me what is being anticipated that's going to happen in 25, 26, where we need that increase?
I don't believe there are any additional employees. I'd have to check to see where, may have been the allocation of employees.
Because the thing also that's in looking at this, the following year, it's reduced again. So that's why I'm trying to understand what's happening in 25, 26, where we're asking for more money, but then in the following year, we're going to reduce it back down.
It looks like it's probably one
So
position.
again, I'm looking at line item 101-253.200-702.
Okay, slow down. Okay, thank you.
So again, I'm trying to understand why almost a 20% increase in 1 year for the next year to decrease it by that same amount. And then what are the anticipated professional services where we're increasing from $750,000 to $1 million? So that's the third line from the bottom on that page. Because that's, if we're looking again at how and why, how we might be able to get some of that 4 million down, this is almost a tenth of that 4 million right there. So that's what I'm trying to understand, why I'm trying to understand what is going to be going on in 25, 26 that's going to be different.
I think part of that might be that we may have two service charges for the income tax initially. We'll have the existing contractor, and we'll also have the state of Michigan.
That's my time.
Request for information. Could he repeat that? It's
I-
difficult to understand.
I think that may have something to do with the moving to the state of Michigan for the collection of the income tax. There'll be a period of time when we have the private contractor, and we'll have the state of Michigan.
It is. And I think the contract was $1 million.
Right.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, I am looking at the finance, administration, accounting, payroll, all of that. I'm looking at the wages.
Can you give us an account?
And I'm gonna give you the account number, 101-191.100-702. So I think I have the same question for 2024, 2025. We are looking at, we have a big jump.
I know what that is.
You see that?
I think what you're looking at, you got to make sure you add the line below that. You have to add two numbers together there.
We did what?
There's the line that you mentioned plus the line below that need to be combined.
What we did, Mr. Moore and I talked about this last year, year before last, when he first started, is all the count numbers that we have. And so we combined account numbers. So the exempt salary employee underneath wages, if you notice, that eliminates in the 2025 original budget. It's added into, or excuse me, so it's been amended and it's going away. That line item is rolled up into the wages. So lines 101, 191, 100, 702.020 is now rolled up into .010.
Okay.
And that's why in some other cases, you'll see that too, is that
Okay.
we eliminated account numbers because there was thousands and thousands of account numbers.
We're trying to simplify the chart of accounts, makes it easier to review.
So that should be, yeah, okay.
And that's why it's kind of hard to sometimes. Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, any discussion in the third round? This is a 5-minute round. Yep. The discussion is 5 minutes for each of the next additional 4 rounds. Yep, any discussion?
Mr. Moore,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
the golf courses.
What's your question?
The financials, the contract, are they making money? I mean, this is underneath that $75,000 threshold. We are paying them, the city is paying the golf courses. And we've had bidders, and we're not taking any of the bidders who would pay the city. Instead, it's fallen underneath for the second year in a row, Kersley Lake, Swartz Creek, and Swartz Creek has Dino's Bar and Grill, so there's your liquor license. And I've asked you for the financials.
I believe those were sent to the council.
They emailed them? What is the process that we keep taking this? We're paying $72,000 and they're breaking even, and we don't approve their contract. Why are we giving this? That this is ridiculous. Mr. Edwards then stepped up to the podium.
Yes, just for clarification's sake, the 72,000 was for investment. That is not a payment to the vendor. That is money that they have to invest in the golf course, the golf process. What's
your request?
This year's contract is for investment.
Correct.
Last year's is not.
Correct. She was asked.
I was going to get on to it.
I don't know which one
Mr.
she's
Edwards
asking
to
about.
come
I
up.
thought she was asking about the current,
But
the last one that was in play.
You stepped up for them golf courses.
Yeah.
So, we
He
don't
was
get in.
correct.
Yeah, so they have cannabis events. How can you tell? I know one vendor made 20,000. So how are they not ever making a profit? That is not even realistic. And so we keep getting this, and you have bidders who have bid. One gentleman had bid 1 million, which is 100,000 for 10 years. He was declined. You had another company, I think they won the bid twice at 45,000. You didn't have to pay the capital improvements. They were going to, and we keep getting stuck with this. The city gets zero from this, zero. And it's underneath the table because it does not come to the city. Not once, but twice. And they were getting, what was it, for 10 years, they were getting $15,000 for 2 of the golf courses. And every week we ask about, months on months. And we don't get the, why are we not taking the bidders?
Are you talking, I'm sorry, but when you talk about the previous agreements, are you talking about the ones
let's talk about this
with the
one.
emergency
Yeah.
manager? Those were with the emergency manager.
I took it all the way back so people would
Right.
have a clear understanding, because I have a very clear one. So why are we not taking people who are, where we would receive money as opposed to whether it goes to the building or not? If we took the other companies, they were going to pay for those. And matter of fact, they were going to pay taxes on the buildings, on the property. Now, I believe that our city assessor said, because they are a for-profit business, that they should be paying taxes on that property. Why are they not doing that? I mean, that just doesn't, people like the golf. I did it because I had to do business, and I got pink clubs. But when people are out there, they do business out there. And so we keep getting a company that we're not taking in anything, but we're saying, okay, we're paying 72,000 and we're gonna pay for it for improvements to the property that the city owns. He's not a nonprofit, he is a for-profit business. It just looks terrible for this community. And the bidders, because they email us, they talk to us. The why can't we, Davies Golf, the other gentleman who had it, the other one, and it's not making sense. And something about that golf course, it doesn't look right. Why is this not coming to council with the bidders? We never get it. It's never brought before us.
I think well, to the best of my knowledge, the issue was that the fact that residents in and around that area did not want to see a gap in terms of that particular, those particular courses being closed or being suspended because we could not come to terms with anybody actually managing it except the previous person that was already managing it. So we did get
That's my
inquiries.
time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Any other discussion in the third round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to the speakers. On the Department 171, the mayor's office, looking at the wages again, understanding we're adding 2 line items, the 101-171-000-670.100, and then the next line item down, which is wages. Those 2 line items for 24-25 come to about 464,000. I'm going to ask sort of the same question that I asked previously. What is happening in 25, 26?
I think you need to add more line items for this particular one. We consolidated more account numbers. Need to add more account numbers to that because we added more than just 2 for that one.
So what other line items we need to add? The 55,000 and the 70,000 and the 55,000 is what we need to add.
The 22,000, the 68,000,
And the 68,000
and I believe the 30,000.
and the 30,000. Okay. So my question is, even still, what's happening in 25, 26 that requires increase, where in 26, 27, people are losing pay or losing jobs? Why are we going up, then we're coming back down the following year?
I don't think people paid that much attention to the 27 numbers. I don't think the 27 numbers are accurate.
I tell you what, how do we formally do this? A request to amend or what have you? I like to amend that 837 down to the 5,
What account?
I'll come back. So that I have the numbers right. Tell me again, Mr. Moore, which numbers are you adding together totally for?
That'd be the wages, the salaried wages, the wages and salaries, the overtime, the wages part-time employees, are all in
So it's
one number.
five line items.
Right.
Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
What's your request?
That's correct. Yeah.
What is the account numbers?
It's from, 702.10 all the way down to 705.0.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I was telling her that the line items were from 702.010 all the way down to 705.000.
That's correct.
So the department was the mayor's department, and the full numbers for that were the wages starting at 101-171.000-702.010, all the way down to 101-171.000-705.000. And again, that was the mayor's office. Did everybody get that? So it's that first one and then everything down to that last.
I don't know why the time's not going. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for the same number. No, you have not. You want your time? Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, specifically the ARPA administration wages, or the ARPA administration, the professional services, 173.0-801.
Okay.
For 848,000. You're saying that that's for Ernst and Young. However, why haven't we spent that much money in Ernst and Young in the previous 2 years?
That's the money that's left on the contract.
So how much do you think that we owe Ernst and Young left? I understand that that's a contract amount, but the activity of this year is a credit, and we only spent 60,000 the year before. So is that a number that we can look for savings?
Potentially. Let me look at that and see what it's possible.
Can you look at that number to see what we can trim that number down to?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me write a note for this so I don't forget it.
I'm sorry?
Give me a chance to write a note for all.
Okay, yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
So back to what Mr. Jared was talking about. So now I'm going to talk about the wages for customer service treasury. Um, 253.200.702.010.
Slow down, Dennis, please.
Wages. The current year, Mr. Mayor, are you on that line?
Yes.
So the current year, we've only spent 624,000. Why do we need to allocate almost 1.2?
I assume there were some vacancies with that.
Oh, crap, where's that?
So
We have a fair bit of turnover in some of those positions.
but if you have vacancies, The original budget for this year was only 863,000. So if you have vacancies, I get that, that's the $200,000 savings, but if we can't fill those seats, why did we need to bump the wages from 846 to almost 1.2? If we can't fill the vacancies for 846,000, why did we need to escalate the budget to 1.2?
I'll have to talk to Amanda tomorrow about that.
Okay, can you write that down as well?
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Moore, where is the Clio Road funded out of?
The staffing would come out of these numbers.
What about the rent and the utilities? Where's that being, what account's that being paid from?
Mr. Pfeiffer, I think there's a confusion over this activity year-to-date. It looks like these activity year-to-date is through April based on our report that we received.
No, I get that.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about it, but my question is, why do we need to go from 846 to 1.2?
Okay, got it.
And if he's saying vacancies is the reason why we don't have, either way, yeah. Why do we need to go from 846 to 1.2?
Did you get the answer for the Clio Road?
No, Mr. Moore's looking that up.
It might be better if I'm not going to find it real fast, but I can get that to you tomorrow.
Okay.
I know that that's an easy one to
Write that down
answer.
as another note.
Any other discussion in the third round? Any other discussion in the third round? Okay, any discussion in the fourth round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, where is it reflected in the budget that we're paying for the Mays Center?
The salaries are coming up.
I want the salaries, the programming, the materials, the water, everything. Because that's now a cost. I would like to know what is the cost that it is for us to run that center. That would be the salaries, the programming, the utilities that we didn't have before.
The salaries are coming out of ARPA. The cost of the center.
How much are the salaries?
Pardon?
How much are the salaries?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, because I've asked numerous times. Could you please get us that if you could make a note? And then also the programming, because we have not had since 2002 to fund the senior centers. They were all funded through millages and other funds. So now we're having to fund for salaries, programming, and that's everything that's in their expenditures. So where is that coming from? And how much are we spending? Where is this reflected at in the budget?
The facility is coming out of the Parks and Recreation budget.
Okay.
And the programming is actually coming from a couple different account numbers. I'll have to talk to Mrs. Wiggins to find out which account number she's been using for that.
Okay.
Pause this time. I'm asking the audience to once again, please be quiet so that we can hear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Could you please repeat that again? I didn't hear you.
Okay, the salaries are coming out of ARPA. The facility itself is coming out of Parks and Recreation. And the programming services have come from a couple different accounts, and I'll have to get those for you, because,
Okay, so the programming is coming out a couple of accounts?
yes.
And so why are we taking out a couple of accounts if it's programming? Is it a
Uh,
reason? Are you trying to balance it?
I think they're trying to fit it within the budget, that's all.
You're trying to make it fit within the budget wherever you can get the money from?
Right.
Okay.
That's what I
All right. My other question is, did we ever get, because in this Arcadis report, we are required to have $6 million in water mains done a year. Do we have that anywhere in this budget?
We do have capital planned. I don't know the dollar amount off the top of my head. I know that that
Can you
is
get-
something.
Can you get that to us all, please? Because this is part of, these projects are coming up, are not coming up, they're in process. And I don't think we got the spreadsheet of the updated spreadsheet from Scott Dungy. Through you to Mr. Edwards, did we get this? I think he had it prepared.
I'm not sure if he sent it or not, but
Yeah.
I will check. and get
Yeah,
it.
if you could, because those are the projects so that we'll know, so that we will know where it's at. If we could get that, I would appreciate it. And then also, Mr. Edwards, because we're spending out of this opioid money. Where's the opioid plan? We were supposed to get that too, to how we're allocating, how we're spending. Everything keeps seeming to come from that 30%. And where is the opioid plan?
There is a budget for the opioid dollars. I don't think there's a plan that.
Well, during budget hearings, I did speak with Chief, and he stated he had one. Is he here? No, Chief Wiggins. Yeah, Chief Wiggins.
Chief Wiggins, can you join us at the lectern?
So,
You got 17 seconds left. RL.
so Chief Wiggins, do you have the opioid plan? I know with the ambulance that you're getting a lot of those. Do we have the opioid plan, or is it being
Can you
worked
repeat
on?
your question?
Do we have the opioid plan?
Do we?
Do you?
Her time is up.
Our plan, our opioid plan is the Flint ambulance. Every time someone gets sick with opiate, I'm there at their doorsteps. That's my plan. And then I take them to the hospital. I give them Narcan. We call for the paramedics if they can't make it, but we take them to the hospital. We have 2 ambulances that we run 24 hours, 7 days a week. Whenever we get an opioid situation, we send them. That's our plan.
Do you have it written, sir?
I have
Do you
it
have anything
verbal.
for
I have it
intervention?
verbal, and I will have it written, just what I said. We go out to there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yep, and thank you for that. But do we have anything that it includes intervention, prevention, care? Do we have that? I've been asking.
Intervention is not my job. My job is to respond. When the 911 operator calls me, I respond immediately within 5 to 7 minutes.
Chief, I'm not arguing with you. I understand what your part is response. But in the opioid plan, it's not just yours, it's also social services. There's other areas. So when I asked before, we have opioid money coming here and everything keeps getting siphoned off. We need an opioid plan.
I go to the mayor. I'm sorry, who's asking me
Okay,
this question
okay,
now?
I need,
Am I
no
answering
problem.
the audience?
I need you all to stop yelling out. No problem. Stop yelling out.
And my time is up, so I'd have to wait.
Thank you.
Go ahead and answer that question.
Again, what was that question?
The opioid plan, is this something that we're working on? We should have one by now because we're receiving that money. And that is a thorough plan. How do we deal with the opioid crisis? It's those dollars are coming into our community, not just your portion where you're saying I get an overdose, then we have people go out. But what is our intervention, our prevention, and everything else that goes into one?
My fire department is a reactionary.
Right.
When the bell rings, we respond. As far as a plan of action, my people have to be out of the station within 2 minutes, and they get to the scene within 7 minutes to administer Narcan, to give them oxygen, and to ship them to the hospital as fast as possible. That's the only plan I got.
I got it. And it
Save
should be
lives.
more, and it should be more, and that's not on your, it should be more of a thorough plan is what that's what I've been looking for. Now, maybe I need to, when we talk about, an opioid plan, you're dealing with the issues that cause it. And maybe it needs to be working with the navigators or with Miss Shelley Sparks' Green Department. But I get yours, but it's other parts too that we should have an entire plan. So that you don't have to have so many people you got to go give oxygen and Narcan to.
I give my request to the mayor, and he gives me an ambulance. He's purchased 3 ambulances at $250,000 per ambulance with opioid funds. We also got strikers. Those are pumpers that if that person's not breathing, it pumps them immediately. That's what our plan is. Our plan is to save lives.
And I get it, but I don't think you're getting me. And so when I'm saying, when we talk about drug abuse, intervention and prevention has a lot more entail.
That's not in my purview.
Right.
All right, so thank you. That is time, because I think y'all are going back and forth with the same points. Is there anyone else who would like to take time? So far, this is round 4. Only person that has spoken in this round is Councilwoman Burns. Is there anyone else? Is that a no?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, what is the number for the information technology department?
That would be an internal service fund. That was not actually, the city council doesn't actually approve their budget because that's included in the, if you included that, that would be a double counting there. There's some very good reasons why that's not included, but I can get you their, the budget that we have internally for that.
Yes, I would like that because I'm trying to find it and I don't see it. So is it under?
It's an internal service fund. It'd be in the 600s. I think it's 631 if I remember right.
631?
I don't think you have it there.
So it's not
No,
in this
it's not one of the
big-
funds, it's not one of the funds that the city council approves because in the budget that you have for all the other funds, they include the cost of that fund, the internal service funds. It'd be double counting if you had that.
So where is it on here? You said under, can you give me that information?
Yes,
Mr.
yeah,
Moore?
that's
Thank you.
easy to do.
I yield.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the 4th round of discussion? Anybody else?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
Mr. Moore, I'm looking at also the Attorney Department, line item 101-266.000-702.101. And this is another of those line items where in 25, 26, there's an increase. And then in 26, 27, there's a decrease. Again, what is happening in 25, 26 that is requiring an increase where we believe it won't be necessary to fund at the same level in 26, 27?
Could you repeat that account number again?
101-266.000-702.010. That's wages.
Right. Yes.
And for the salaried employees, it was .020. And then along a similar theme, when I look at the health insurance premiums in that department, 101-266.000-718.010, I'm seeing a drop in the 25-26 budget of almost 25,000 and an increase back in 26-27 of 25,000. That one you can share?
I'd have to look at that. There could be some valid reasons for that. There may be people that opt out of the healthcare.
Request for information
What's your request?
to the speaker. Oh, you are back.
I just gave.
Yeah. When we're looking at the drop, because we're in the attorney department, correct? And you're talking about the drop in 2025. Is it possible because in 2025, right now, we currently don't have the staff that will use those wages, but then in 2026, they're projecting that there will be more attorneys to use those wages? I mean, use the, we're at insurance. Is that why there's the drop there? Because 2025 there is based off the current staff, and 2026 is based off the projected staff if new attorneys are hired?
I can
I'm just
understand where
wondering,
that
yeah.
could be a theory, but
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to confirm also.
Okay.
That was
as
point of
well.
information.
So when I
Mr. Jarrett, that was what was discussed during budget hearings, is that's why that line item is like that.
okay, so was there then, what then caused the activity jump in 24, 25 year to date that shows 37,102 to the original budget at 109,153?
I'd have to look at the mix of employees for that, because if employees choose not to take the health insurance, we compensate them for that, but we don't pay for the healthcare costs. I'd have to look at which employees it was, but that's the most likely cause.
I'm listening, but I'm not hearing you clearly.
We may have employees that opt out of taking our healthcare plan. And if they do that, we compensate them for that, but we don't buy the health insurance for them because they've opted out. And that looks to me like the most likely reason for that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll yield at this point.
Ms. Mashat, could you update me as to what round we're in and who's spoken?
We're in round 4. 6th Ward, 5th Ward, and 9th Ward have all spoken.
659.
659.
659. Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Madam
Go ahead.
Chair. So I feel like we are trying to progress here. I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm just wondering, because I know last week we put a motion on the floor to do all things necessary to make sure that we get this budget passed. And I know that, and Mr. Edwards, Ms. Priestley, can we have Mr. Edwards come up?
Mr. Edwards?
And Mr. Edwards, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but we're at a crunch time as far as with layoff notices, they have to go out Monday on the 14th?
The 16th.
Is that the 16th?
Yeah, they actually have to be in the physical hands of people on the 16th.
So they have to be in the physical hands of people on the 16th.
Yes.
And we did make a motion to do all things necessary. So if it's possible that we can get these answers by Friday and we come back and have a meeting Friday so that we can try and get this taken care of so that people are not given layoff notices. And that's kind of a question for my colleagues of if we can get some people here Friday so that we can do this so that on the 16th they're not.
I have plans that cannot be changed.
So that's 2 no's. That's 3 no's. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, if everybody else can come, we should be okay.
I don't know if I can come. I don't know. I have to check my, I don't know. I've got something. I mean, we can stay late or whatever. But yeah, we can get them. Who's got the floor now?
Me.
You did, Ms. Mashat.
Is it Mr. Moore? Through chair to
Yeah.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, is it possible, because there are quite a few questions that were asked tonight that we would need answers for tonight. Is it possible to get those answers tonight?
Tonight?
Correct.
I doubt it, because there's some that I'm going to have to ask my staff for.
I didn't hear what you said.
I have some of the questions I'll have to ask my staff to research, and they're not here.
If
I can probably get them tomorrow, but I don't think I can get them tonight.
Right, and everyone has already said that they can't come on Friday. We have Monday now where we have a crunch time of there has to be
Tomorrow.
letters in hand.
If we recess, we could meet tomorrow.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I will offer a couple of suggestions for you all to consider.
Can you pause my time though?
Yep, go ahead, pause your time.
Can you put my time back up and then pause it?
Go ahead.
There are some in-depth questions that are before finance to be able to come back with. That's not going to be able to be brought back this evening. That just, he doesn't have his staff here. And I would recommend that you either put forth amendments, cuts to various departments, however you want to do that. There's also the option of the cuts that was recommended, and that would entail like a $2.5 million cut. And then you could take an additional 1.2 or $5 million out of your fund balance to balance the budget. Or thirdly, you can adopt the 25-26 budget for fiscal year 26. So I think that if you all go through all the items that you're going through tonight with the questions that you need answered, we're not going to get past a budget. And it doesn't appear that anyone can meet on Friday, which forces administration to send out the layoff notices on Monday for the first set. Then there's a second set that has to go out by the 24th. So those are some of the options that you guys have so that you can decide something.
So, Madam Attorney, if I hear you correctly, it sounds like option 3 is our best option of looking at these suggested cuts and then going from there. And just to the body in general, if we want to take a look at the suggested cuts, one thing I will say is I'm not cutting anything to the clerk's office. So we would probably have to look at finding money to and doing what she said of getting it from, where did you say get the 1 point something from?
Fund balance.
From the fund balance.
And
So
what was the amount you said get from the fund balance?
It would be approximately 1.5, I believe. We were able to make the cuts of 2.5, which included the vacant positions. It included the capital outlay. It included the $700,000 from the district court. Now, keep in mind, you can make amendments in the year, especially because there's additional revenue that's going to be coming in based on the document that Mr. Moore presented earlier during his special order. So you will right size because there's additional revenue that is here.
So even if we moved the 1 point, you said 5, right? 1.5? So
approximately.
Even if we moved the approximately 1.5 million, and we did not cut from the administrator's office or the clerk, and I think Councilwoman Burns had a good point earlier of it doesn't look good for us to start a facility that's going to bring us in revenue, 1. And then 2, again, if they have to go train somewhere else, that's bodies that are not here at the ready. So, and we don't cut from those 3 things, and we do that 1.5 million and the other cuts. Where would that get us? Or is that a question for Mr. Moore? Since that's kind of a.
If you're looking to keep the 500,000 for police and the 400,000 for fire, then you would increase the amount that you take out of the fund balance. So instead of 1.5 or 1.8, you would add that additional 900,000. So you'd be pretty much even, 2.5 in cuts, maybe 1.8 in cuts, and then 2.5 from fund balance. So you would be switching those things around. And we can do the math so that you'll have more accurate numbers. But that's what you would do. You would take an additional amount out of your fund balance because you want to keep the 900,000 for those capital improvements.
So, okay, I want to look at the city administrator's budget and then also the city clerk's budget too, and then okay. Is there any way, I don't know how to do this because it's not like it's a working session that's not a working session. So I don't know how and we've used up all of our rounds.
We can add more rounds.
But I kind of need to free form talk real quick. Yeah. Is it possible for us, as long as the dialogue stays respectful, to just kind of free form talk this out real quick?
You gotta make a motion.
I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. Oh, I don't never want to suspend no rules. I'm never suspending the rules.
Ask Joanne how to do that.
Yeah, she's talking. I'll ask her how we do that though, because. Does anybody have their paper of what the suggested cuts were?
Right in front of me.
I'm gonna take a look at that real quick.
It's on my computer.
Oh, I guess I do have my laptop, huh? Because I just need those numbers real quick.
I don't have it printed off in my hand. Okay. 5-minute recess without objection.
Over there. And she's going to have a secret meeting with him on how they can continue to take the money from the people. And I'm trying to.
I already did that. I'm trying to figure out how the opium problem is just calling 911. But we got hella Narcan things all over the city. So for you to be talking about you just respond, what are you responding to? I know they don't come to a child being held hostage, so we know they're not coming to an overdose. They don't even come. Coochie Land got shot up 9,000 times. The police watched it. The police was watching it from the laundromat across the street. I push it not. Whoa! Oh, that's been quick. Oh, yeah, baby.
They're in different ones.
Oh, is it OV? You guys taking off? Is it OV? You guys taking off? No, they still here. I know, I want to talk to the city. Real city. Wow. Good God.
She looked like a bad body built bitch.
When I saw him come up here, and I'm like, Michael Davis, the owner place right there on Martin Luther King has been sitting for years.
Point of information.
Which point?
Do you know I said a similar thing when I seen you hit that council seat? Quincy Murphy.
It's an improper point, Mr. Mays.
I just think he get a kick out of cutting me off. Anyway.
You think you all that, but you ain't all that. And when you're sitting next to me talking through the mask and taunting me, you sure ain't all that. You ain't classy, you're ignorant, and it's disrespectful.
Point of order.
You think you all that, but you ain't all that. And when you're sitting next to me talking through the mask and taunting me, you sure ain't all that. You ain't classy, you're ignorant, and it's disrespectful.
Point of order.
Can council members please take their seats? Oh, I guess I was told not yet. You got a few seconds yet. She told me not yet.
Just lying. Yeah, I know. I want just that portion of the tape. Because when you keep saying what you know, that's when I'm gonna sue you personally. Talking about what you know. You don't know nothing. Now, my position is this. I want everybody from this day forward to remember when I talk about Kate Fields, I'm reacting to her nastiness. I'm never gonna stop. When I talk about Eva Worthing, who runs with Kate Fields, it's going to be reacting to their nastiness. That's how I'm going to operate. Miss Fields is nasty. You nasty. You's a nasty woman.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Mr. President, you know that Mr. Mays cannot use that type of.
Done it. I use
name
it.
calling.
Councilman, can you
Okay,
refrain from that? And then
she's a
let's-
nasty fourth ward council person. Now that's in her
but it's-
professional
but it's the
capacity. She
same
done
thing.
talked about me like a dog.
I understand.
And I told you she couldn't take it. She's the nastiest elected official sitting on this council that I know in her official capacity.
Councilman.
You're a nasty
Consistently calling me
official
names.
council person.
Councilman,
She did a point of order. Okay, I'll wait.
no, but I want you to go ahead and move. Let's go.
Let me say this, Mr. President. I'm not
can't-
going to quit. Until she quit being nasty in her official capacity, she's a nasty elected.
Point of order.
I'm not no wild.
Who called me? I didn't call you. I said that man. Yeah, that's what I say. Straight up. Like his man for me. Oh, yeah. They called supporting his line ass. I know that's right. You all right up there? Yes, dear. What's going on with you? Don't leave no bunch of trash down here for these people. You know they trash. You can't leave trash for the trash. You got to go and pay. I know that's right. Thank you. Joanne, you gonna get enough walking on that water. Her name is Joanne. She's gonna take care of the attorney. I'm on. City clerk. I mean, wherever she take me. I can't call their names now. They get attitude. The name out of my mouth for this. For some reason. What's up with that? She told me don't say her name no more. Seven board. You know who seven board is? The Crown Candace. Yeah, just now. You can say her name. Candace Crown. Wow. What, Davina, what? Jack, wait. Why you whispering? Why they got me in a trick bag, man? What the hell want to whispering in and pointing that? Yeah, what's up? You won't make me get choked in this platform. I mean, what? What's like this? You going to marry? Or want me to leave you? I ain't talking about pulling that shit off. I'm here for the direction, me the people. We ain't worried about going nowhere. Okay, wait, let me go here. Man, you know, dang. Well, you see what them little kids are going to be homeless, and they down there in the job center right now, 27 of them. And when they ain't worried about, then you go up there trying to make the whole city protect. What? See how she whispering down here? Nobody but me. And look, what's wrong with these people? Man, what's RL? They're big butt. Look at the big black butt sticking out. You mean RL? All right. Trying to talk to me and she's gonna give me this stuff. I went, look people think you kill off of this. No, put it down. No. Hey. Hey, buddy, where you going on the boat? I ain't teaching.
Done went OFF on Neva Fat AZZ.
Just said you were a
fat pig after you asked me about a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm a
And then
fat
what? Yes, that. You. Look.
guy.
You don't scare anybody with the film. I'm not running for politics. Nasty woman. Whoa, yeah, you. Oh, it's not a black guy telling you, it's a white guy. How do you like that?
Yeah. I think you have an issue.
Yeah, not racist. It's the truth.
You're angry. So I think you need.
Oh, poor Karen. Oh, poor you.
Yeah. Poor
Yeah, get out of my face. Yes, I said that too.
Wow. You are something else. That's insane.
Retirement. So whole city gonna go bankrupt, right? If you do that tonight, right? What you mean, yeah, no, man, what Mr. Ed Teller told you? He told you again? He said, you better get Chief Green on that guy. This Teller ain't gonna be no public state in Flint. Man, I get him over there, Ed Teller. Hey, be broke, you better give us our money. And you better bet. Hey, man, you know what you're doing with that golf course over there. They're paying them to lose under the table over there, the two golf courses. I know, they don't want you to know. And you up there going along with the flow. Talk about et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That word, get up for the G.
Hey, I got a solution. That sounds like a lot. So I don't know what the hell people. I know I am tired, but I've got to do a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow.
So, you ready for this?
File Fridays. I like to see it.
We all know that they spent unlimited money getting do us, the people like you. They doing you to this situation right here tonight. You see all, especially on Ed Taylor, that Ed Taylor, Chief Green, little hound dog over there. You want to do administrative?
I'm gonna tell your brother.
Oh, my God. It's y'all tell it. I thought every man got a mind on his own. The dude, see, the dude is retired. He can talk. He can come up with all kind of plans, but he don't know how to get rid of the overall money and using them into the kids overdosing every day, and he get implants, but he's still trying to talk big stuff to we the people. That's what you think about that, America. I read Mr. Jack Lynch big report.
I'm calling Jack.
Only body checking him is Madam Burns over there, like she's doing. And she listens to the public.
Hey, he said he's calling a Mitchell. He's calling him.
Hey, man, what the? You mean what the? Hey, man, what the? Hey, oh, what's my dude? You see what them people say? God, we want to get up, man, no way, no. You think the whole, man, what the? What in the world? The dude, what's my, hey, these people's in Flint. You see what's all that? What the? Man, stay tuned, America.
Stay tuned. We don't want to hear no exception.
Like Kendall said, keep staying out of your mouth. What's that? He said he talked that truth for us all. I mean, send me what women over there, put her head down. Hey, you keep my name out of your mouth. That means, keep to the land. All this stuff, they got tired of it. Curious, clear. They got a cake for it. And look at the second ward woman. That's all it's doing. Over there on campus at the library. And they got the kids scared to go to the library and stuff. And the whole neighborhood, they selling me tickets when you come to their concert. But they said, wait, sir, we have a light on and a night. They gonna take you and make you look like suspect and put you out of prison. Yeah, that's what Dr. Lewis done to that whole area by the library. I got to go to a concert on the 12th of Long at the White Auditorium. $20 ticket. And they gonna say, how you get on that premises? They did it last year. Woman gave me her cell phone. So I was like, he said, don't take no pictures in here. I didn't know it's like that because War II just out of preachers. It's like right on the premises in the day of the Lord. And they got it right now. Plus the God man, no matter fact what the God man is in here. He said you're gonna start turning over tables. Y'all do them. If I whisper in the ear, threatening he went out the door. Hey, stay tuned, America. Keep it.
That's the type of shit we've been doing. We're gonna have to pass. Yeah, I am exhausted, and I know I got so much to do tomorrow.
Ariel, you stand,
And you know this, lady.
what we talk about?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I know.
All right, that's all I care.
Yeah.
Oh, they're back up.
Oh, my God, the con artist and the pimp.
Oh, no, they don't. I thought he was going to.
Oh, he ain't con artist no more?
Stand down, here, killer.
He can't get no answers on why he need $20 billion.
I know you ain't threatening Mr. Moore, did you? Chief Green tell you to talk to him?
The pimp?
Yeah, that guy.
The pimp?
Oh, you go.
The pimp?
Someone come here, man. What you trying to walk? What do you mean?
We the hoes, the city of Flint, and he the pimp.
Oh, wait, that's what he. Oh, you supposed to be the pimp, bro. Talk to me, yeah? Come on, you can talk to him. Be transparent, bro.
He ain't gonna be transparent. He gonna hide behind that smile and them cheap ass glasses.
Wow! We better bring Tommy Pot back in here. Oh, here comes back up. The little.
All the one his kneecaps is hard to hold his body up.
Wow! You can't get up here fast enough. You go, man, what's up with you, man? You keep on looking like you. The man, we got this. Swallow the goldfish. Look at it. Ben bitch, I better stop messing with. Oh, yeah. I know how to put on the way. Now, oh, yeah.
I think it's pretty safe.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! Oh, well, what's another night of no sleep?
And now I'm staying for another hour. I was about to leave without that.
I got all day tomorrow. I can sleep in too. I don't gotta be up for court earlier, no bullshit. So, whatever, I guess we're
trying to get into our attorney here.
We're in it to win it.
Hey y'all, hey there, hey there.
Don't quit. You must quit. Tell him that, Joey.
So, we gotta let this roll. We gotta hold on. This. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, cops this thing out here. Did you know that these guys can't leave if council's here and it's mandatory 5 of them per meeting? They're not happy about it. For what? Right. For tyranny. For them folks that like they don't answer to we the people. Right.
Oh, God, boy, walking like a teenager. You move too like a teenager. What they doing to Mr. Moore? This man got the
Probably up there telling them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Trying to get into the attorney head. That little administrator. Used to Mr. Moore. Boy, ain't no joke. He just got in and they don't want to tell him everything about the situation, and every time we do something, they be jumping on about it. And nobody quiet is kept. You know how you keep it. But they don't want to tell us something. The Hillary flag. Because she got the money. You hear that? America, Hillary, two times. The white man got all that smoking with his old, he's seasoned. My two times. Take care of they did buy the fight. For the like in the middle boys out there. Talking about all clear. Or Pulaski. Okay.
That's what I feel like, RL. I feel like
Do you know about that? That's why you come out. They're local real cowboys. They still ain't. This is like they're over there talking that stuff. That's why you don't get big. They probably want to hang him down. They come over here, come across the body line, they're gonna get you. What dog? He's still on the case. They gonna send a body gun over here, sir. You still waiting for the police department. The whole police department, what's his name? Chief Green, you think y'all getting away with it? They'll send y'all back to Texas. Yeah. Definitely getting on the phone call. Wild West. The rest is gonna make a mess. You go back over there, sir. That's just like Mexico. The cartels. Shoot them up, bang, bang. All that stuff. Okay. They open your money, the weed and stuff. Hotels ain't going for that. They want to say, fire! And what? Let you right on. Let the boots on lay down.
Bring it back to order.
And I hereby call this meeting back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Mr. Pfeiffer, do you want the floor
Yep.
for the
Madam-
fourth round?
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt fiscal year 24-25 budget for fiscal year 25-26 with the authority for administration to pay the required increases for all collective bargaining units and for employee wages, pension, and fringe benefits, and to adopt the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget for all special revenue, debt service, capital improvement, and water funds, and I so move.
There's a motion made to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 budget for fiscal year 25-26 with the authority for administration to pay required increases for all collective bargaining units and for employee wages, pension costs, and fringe benefits, and to adopt the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for all of special revenue, debt service, capital improvement, and the water funds. Is there support?
Support, Madam
It's
Chair.
supported by the councilwoman in the 5th ward. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want, thank you. I just want it for the record, for it to go on record of what this means, because I know we still have people that are watching from home and there's still a couple people here. So if we could have the city attorney explain exactly what we are doing here.
So what you're doing is preventing a complete shutdown of city services and layoffs to approximately 550 employees by adopting the fiscal year 24-25 budget for fiscal year 25-26. And it includes the increases that was named in the motion for collective bargaining units and for employee wages, pension costs, fringe benefits, and for your special service funds.
Thank you. I yield.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Yes, real quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you to Madam Attorney. Madam Attorney, do I need to make an amendment? I was just thinking of this, that as soon as those dollar values are determined, that city council be notified?
What dollar values?
Because we're adopting the fiscal year budget, but when the dollar value comes in of the new wage dollars, that we be notified. Does that make sense, Mr. Moore? And I don't know if necessarily
I
have to make
understand,
an
but
amendment.
I understand. Well, I'll have to talk to Mr. Smith, but it sounds doable.
Okay, just let us know that, okay, even though we're hopefully going to approve this tonight, but if we go over on a line item for wages, fringes, this body be notified as soon as that dollar value is determined.
Right.
Is that a reasonable?
Yes, I think it's doable. We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Then I yield.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Really quick, so we're doing the revised amendment to okay, do we have to put in there with authority for the administration? Does it need to say with council approval to pay required increases?
No, that's the purpose of adopting this language.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Do you yield? Tanya?
Oh, I'm done.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm reading.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? This is the vote. To adopt the fiscal year 2025 budget, I'm going to repeat it again, for fiscal year 26, with the authority for administration to pay required increases for all collective bargaining units and for employee wages, pension costs, and fringe benefits, and to adopt the proposed fiscal year 26 budget for all of special revenue, debt service, capital improvements, and the water funds.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there support? Motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. This is the roll call vote.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 10:23.
Hey, get up, man. Officially made a college town the voting of the chair. Because the ambulance service didn't come when they supposed to, the vote didn't come. They made one phone call to Michigan State, and they came within 5 minutes and put Flint out of business, and there it is, America, in a nutshell. They always think they doing something, and Mr. Mark is rolling over in his grave right now.